I would appreciate it.
Commissioner Bennett?
I have a different question, and so I wanted to give Commissioner Thompson and anyone a chance to finish their line of discussion there, but I kind of want to shift it just quickly. My question is I was hoping to get some clarity as to what exactly, as a liaison, how do we, what's our role there? Vice Chair Lazo is intimately involved. I spoke with various current and other commissioners, staff, and I have this kind of really vague thing. I really want to participate, but I also don't want to overstep where I'm supposed to be. And perhaps after I have 7 years, Chair, then I'll understand quickly. But I have to be honest, on the ones I've participated in, there was times when I thought I could add things, but and then I was asked questions and I was trying to be somewhat circumspect and not overstep where I wasn't really clear where I should be. And so I was, I guess, seeking guidance from colleagues and the director as to what do they envision us as liaison doing? Is it just to carry back to the full commission, or is it to give our perspectives and to perhaps give them the perspective as we best understand it, the commission?
Yeah, I would love, a long time ago, I was sort of looking for, like, is there a handbook with regard to you want to be a chair? This is what a chair does. You want to be a vice chair? Like, I'm always about what does the job entail? What is the time commitment? What is expected? And my other role as chair on a different group, I spent a lot of time in that group doing that. And I just realized, we didn't do it on this in this group. I think we need that. And because people can't sign up for things that they don't know what they're obligated to do. I'm a big proponent of that, or how much time it's going to take. And even when we start the racks, just also knowing that too. So I think that would be good. We've needed a handbook like that and the whole time I've been here. So I think we need to do that, basically.
I think that's a great idea. And it occurred to me that, we're tackling some of these issues as staff as part of our succession planning, which we've mentioned a couple times in previous, on the staff level. We know we need to be documenting sort of the desk manual. What does this position do? What is expected? And so we're already doing that on one side of the house. I think folding this in and providing some guidance there as well would be really helpful.
The commission handbook is what I think.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to apologize to Commissioner Bennett, because you probably landed in the one group that was not like the others in terms of this solar rulemaking being structured differently when it came to us from the legislature, that unlike some of the things we've seen recently, that group is to report almost directly back without kind of coming through a department. It's not going to come from the department. It's going to come from that rack, which is a quite different flavor. And so anything we thought we knew is probably flipped on its head. But it's interesting, depending on the personality of the rack and the issue area and the liaison that's been assigned. We've seen all different kinds of models. So I wouldn't want to, have a chilling effect on that either. You kind of make it something special when you're in that role and you have something to contribute. But I do see all of those as a two-way information conduit, as well as providing your professional and personal expertise in any venue that you're in. So
there could be a description of like a minimum requirement. Like this is why you're there. What's your purpose of being there? And this is what is minimally expected. And then it could be a sample of these are things that other people have done in this role that are not beyond the minimum requirement. Because when I was involved in the House Bill, the 2019 housing work, I was working like a staff. Let's just be honest, on my own, passion. So I was like, literally like I was a staff member. If I went to another rack right now, I probably wouldn't do that at all, but that was just my desire at that moment. So I do think there's probably a wide range, but I think that there should be a minimum understanding about what we're there for.
My concern, Chair, was that a lot of times, having been a county commissioner, the moment you open your mouth, it has an undue weight to a discussion. And sometimes, so I try to be always extremely judicious, that I'm trying to maybe just extract information, but it isn't. A lot of times people then all of a sudden jump to the conclusion that, that you're speaking on behalf of the entire commission when you're just trying to give it. And so it's a very delicate dance. I accept that. And I just wanted to kind of get the feel from colleagues of how you were approaching it so that I was part of the team and not just out cowboying it.
And that made me think also, I haven't thought about it because I haven't been on a RAC in a while. I was co-chair of the RAC, which may be different than if you're a member of the RAC. So that we should add that in there also because it's a different role. And then what do you do after the when I said I was like a staff, it wasn't in the meeting. I was like a staff. It was after when nobody was around. I was working on some stuff. So that just gave layers to the question. Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, to add on to that, because all of our racks are so different and the rulemakings we do are so different, maybe it makes more sense to have that be part of like the rulemaking charge, right? Where the commission kind of discusses what we're looking for from the liaison, what would be appropriate for that rulemaking. So maybe it doesn't need to be like a formalized document every single time, but it's maybe just a discussion on the commission so that we can establish those kind of baseline understandings.
Yeah, that's interesting. Deputy Director Green.
Just on this point, really fascinating. And I think the idea of it being defined in the charter, like discussed as part of the charge and then defined in the charter would be really clarifying because it has varied. I'm just reminded by the discussion how much it's varied. So this is great homework.
Was there, sorry, back to these different committees, was there anything we needed to get people to volunteer for or fill in or?
So right at the moment, I was thinking we might want to hold. We talked a lot yesterday about the rulemakings that went forward. You had invited, as you often do, you had invited staff to come back and let you know if things aren't working exactly the way we thought, if adjustments need to be made. So I thought maybe we just kind of keep open those assignments for a little bit in case more work is needed or more comment needs to be made during implementation, that we'd still have a name attached to each of those efforts. I think that would be my recommendation. And there's nothing that's changing about the policy agenda. We don't have anything new that we're adding to these lists right at the moment. So I was thinking if we just hold and keep folks' liaison roles as is for now, that would be the best thing.
We don't have any open slots, is what you're saying. There's nothing difficult. Okay.
Pardon me?
Commissioner Thompson.
Here's what I'm thinking. The SEAC and the LOAC are, to me, very important adjuncts or what do I call it? Ground truthing bodies for us. And we don't have any formalized reporting mechanism. I don't want to stifle creativity. I'd really hope that we would have some feedback from each of those in our packets. So if we had some kind of communication from them to us about what they consider, I would find that valuable.
Okay. Well, and we could get to that a couple of different ways. One could be the liaisons as whenever you report back as a commission or as commission members as to what's happened in the last quarter. That would be one avenue to do it. But also perhaps a bit more robust write up in the staff report. And sorry, I'm looking at the clock and realizing those two I was supposed to report on just now. So I could take a moment if that's okay. But your point is well taken. These are huge inputs of advice to this commission. And I just want to make sure that they're given the time and the weight that they deserve. On that note, the SEAC, the Community Involvement Advisory Committee, currently has 2 recruitments open. You can see in your packet, one's an at-large and one's for
On
District
page 2. Page
Yeah,
2 of 2.
point 2. And so those seats need to be filled. Recruitments are currently open and they're receiving applications now. So you can find those materials on the website. We hope to bring recommended appointments back to you in your commission meeting in March to fill both of those seats. And then just a quick reminder, our next meeting, the January meeting of this commission, is also our joint meeting with the SEAC members. So we'll get a chance to say hello to them again and really, okay. All right. Whenever your upcoming meeting is, you have something to look forward to. And then LOAC had a special meeting, which I just wanted to bring to your attention. Yes, I think it reads incorrectly. we'll fix that. For LOAC, they held a special meeting this fall, and I just wanted to give them kudos for doing so. They did that so that they could take time to consider the housing rules and be in conversation around that, get a briefing from staff and get some comfort with that. They provided us with some really good feedback, but they did it in a special meeting on their off schedule. So we appreciate their time and participation in that one as well. I think that's all I have. I did want to circle back to Commissioner Thompson's point about the roster and statistics about the grant making. We can bring you some information in the next meeting as part of our reports. And I appreciate your bringing it up because this is the exact thing that we need to be preparing for Ways and Means when we're presenting our budget this coming spring. And so having a good handle on number, dollars, and geography of these grants and being able to present that coherently will be very important. And I'll just note that we'll also have a budget briefing in January about what was in the governor's budget. And you'll see that the proposal for more grant programs of different kinds will be added to our portfolio. So if we can get a good system in place on how we report on that now, we'll be ready for the growth as it comes later. Thank you.
Yeah. So next up, we're moving on to agenda item number 9, Eastern Oregon Solar Siting Rulemaking Public Hearing. And we're going to hear from Gordon Howard and his team. So as a description, I've been reading the description and purpose this meeting. Public hearing to review draft administrative rules designed to reduce conflicts in siting of renewable solar energy facilities in Eastern Oregon, defined as that portion of the state east of the Cascade Mountain Range. And the purpose of this agenda item is to streamline photovoltaic solar energy siting in Eastern Oregon by finding opportunities and reducing conflicts associated with energy facilities. Welcome. Gordon Howard, the Community Service Division Manager.
Thank you, Chair Holova. This item this morning, as you stated, is the solar rulemaking for Eastern Oregon, renewable solar energy rulemaking that was directed by the legislature at its 2023 session. We are, as you'll hear, not having the full public hearing today. We are, our rulemaking advisory committee has some more work to do, but they're making great progress, and John and Adam will be reporting on that. So I'd like to introduce at this point to give the presentation. We have 2 staff people here today, Adam Tate, who is our renewable solar energy specialist, and then John Jennings, who is our community services specialist, and that title hides a whole bunch of things that John does, basically anything involving rural lands that's not farm and forest lands, and everything east of the Cascades are what John works on, a key position for the department. But Adam will be giving the main presentation, and John is here in support as well. So Adam, go ahead.
All right, perfect. Thank you for the introduction, Gordon. Is this working?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Want to check there. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lazo, Commissioners, Director Bateman. Thank you guys for having us here. We last presented to you this summer in Bend. So thank you for having us back for a second update, for a sequel, as it were. Oh, I see. Okay, perfect. All right. As Gordon said, this rulemaking originated in 2023 with House Bill 3409, the Omnibus Climate Package. Sections 35 to 37 of the bill was entitled Finding Opportunities and Reducing Conflict for Siting Photovoltaic Solar in Eastern Oregon. It instructed LCDC to adopt new siting rules on or before July 1st, 2025. And on November 2nd, 2023, LCDC approved a charge to DLCD staff which fell to the three of us to work on. To appoint Adverse Rules Advisory Committee to consider a variety of natural resources and other related items, to consider multiple factors related to solar in Eastern Oregon, such as proximity to transmission, considering the ability to help meet the statewide energy goals and Oregon's climate goals. And that is what we have done. Right. This slide is a little wordy. Sorry for the feedback there. This is a note in the legislative record provided by Representative Marsh from District 5. And the goal of this is really to avoid exceptions in the right circumstances. That's the desired outcome. I won't read the whole slide. It's there for you to see. But the main goal is to allow for certain solar projects to not require goal exceptions. All right, as you can see here, these are the primary and secondary rules we've been revising in this rulemaking. We've got Division 23, procedures and requirements for complying with Goal 5. We've had a slight change to OAR 660, 023, 0190, and we've created an entire new section, OAR 660, 023, 0195. If you look over in the secondary column, we've got Division 4 exceptions, Division 33 agricultural lands, and Division 4 forest lands. If you're sharp-eyed, you'll see is struck through. The RAC is kind of proposing to defer consideration of forest lands at this time. They don't feel that they have the expertise and the time to figure out the complexities of siting photovoltaic solar and forest lands in Eastern Oregon. So we are inclined to agree with our RAC. Here you can see the RAC meeting schedule. We were instructed to hold multiple regional RAC meetings at locations in Eastern Oregon, and we've held a lot of them. We started off with Christmas Valley back in March. We visited Burns in April, Boardman in May, Madras in July, and Morrow in August. And since then, we've had 3 all virtual RAC meetings, which was a little bit easier, but not quite as fun. Here's a photo of one of the regional meetings in Burns, Oregon. Got a few more photos here for you guys to enjoy. As part of each regional RAC meeting, we had an optional tour for the RAC members. Through these tours, RAC members were able to view proposed and existing solar facilities, transmission line infrastructure, agricultural infrastructure, different wildlife habitats, and lots of really interesting things in these various locations across the state. This photo right here is the viewing of a sage grouse lek in the small community of Druzy in Harney County. Very early in the morning, very cold, but there were sage grouse out there. We've got a couple more photos here on the left. We actually chartered a school bus for our tour of the Boardman-Hermiston area. We viewed a bunch of lands in northern Morrow County, including the Longhorn substation, a bunch of transmission infrastructure, and some large wind and solar projects that were under FSJEC jurisdiction. The Sunstone project is 10,000 acres and 1,250 megawatts. And the Wagon Trail installation, 745 and 50 acres and 500 megawatts. The photo on the right is on top of Round Butte out in Jefferson County, where we got to see the whole surrounding area, especially the North Unit Irrigation District lands and the Madras Solar Farm. You can see kind of on the right side of that photo if you look real close. Oh, thank you for the laser pointer, John. We also had public information sessions as part of these regional RAC meetings. We would put notification out, local newspapers, and other ways to get the public informed. They were able to come and talk with us, ask us questions about the rulemaking, share their thoughts and feelings on it, which was really a great part of the process. On the left, there's Christmas Valley, our very first public information session. And on the right, there we are in Boardman, Oregon, for one of our better attended and really enjoyable public information sessions. That was a great aspect of it for us. All right, to assist with this rulemaking, we had 30 voting members on the RAC, about 15 ex officio state agency members on the RAC, And they were all experts in their various areas, but no one was an expert in all of this stuff. So there was a lot of research, a lot of educational components in early RAC meetings. And we also had technical advisory committees that we convened as staff to help with this. The major focus for that, of course, was mitigation, how to mitigate and lessen the impacts of these solar developments in Eastern Oregon. And we kind of split that into 3 different tracks. We had one for agricultural and forest lands. We had one specifically focused on wildlife. We had a lot of help from different conservation groups on that one and ODF&W. And then we had another tack focused all on historic, archaeological, and cultural resources, where we had a lot of help with tribal members of the tribal nations and some of their officials as well. The other 2 tacks we had were for community benefits and implementation. And these really kind of fed off of each other and were really helpful. They're both really about how Eastern Oregon counties can implement this rulemaking and how the county staff can work with the solar developers to come up with solutions that are beneficial to these rural agricultural communities. All right, now we have some fun maps. All right, so House Bill 3409 included a lot of things they wanted us to consider in terms of site characteristics, resource potential, proximity to future transmission access and current transmission, and locations for interconnection. Translated into Goal 5 language, we called that quality, quantity, and location. Slope is one of the easier things for us to measure. The darker the purple, the steeper it is. And solar wants to be sited generally at 15% or less slope. So we use that as a metric in the rulemaking. The purpose of these things from the quality, quantity, location is not to be restrictive. It's just to find characteristics of lands where we think solar is a good fit for development.
I'll go.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. Am I on?
think so.
Okay, thank you. So just to kind of follow up on what Adam was saying, the quality, quantity, location is a very long-standing part of the traditional Goal 5 process. And so we're familiar with that, and we found that characteristics of pieces in the legislation fit pretty well. So we kind of translated it there, and as Adam said, it's a matter of trying to understand what the playing field looks like, right? So where's the maximum extent that you can reasonably expect a project to think about, and so that's what we're trying to do. And we also wanted to try to focus on things we could identify and that were mappable, we had data for. So slope is one of those things, and you can see that there's a lot of things that go into characteristics that are intangible. We can't map, like owner preference or those sorts of things. So we tried to focus on what we could get at, and this is sort of where we landed, and I think provides a reasonable framing for a starting point.
Thanks, John. Our next one is estimated annual solar resource potential, expressed as utility scale capacity factor. The darker the orange, the better. So if you look kind of in South Central Oregon, places like North Lake County, great area for solar developments. The RAC has selected a capacity factor of 19% or greater. But for practical purposes, that means all of Eastern Oregon would be under consideration for these rules. Anything you want to add there, John?
I would just say that as Adam pointed out, the darker orange is the best in Oregon, which is around 25% a utility factor, which is equivalent to some areas in the Southwest, a little maybe not the best of Texas, but certainly areas in Texas. But as you mentioned, the choice of the RAC, the preference of the RAC was to view the capacity of all of Eastern Oregon as being possible for this opportunity.
And could you tell us again what goes into that factor, that metric?
So real simply, I think it's an indication of how efficient a generation facility should be. So if let's use an example. This is simple and high level, may not be quite right, but generally, if you have say you have a capacity factor, a nameplate capacity factor of 10 megawatts, that means that running full out at 100%, you're going to generate 10 megawatts of power. If you do that 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, your utility capacity factor would be 100%. If you do that every minute of every day of every week of the whole year, I don't believe anything does that, right? But if you look at, for instance, a natural gas fire plant, they really do drum that out 24/7 unless they're down for maintenance or something. So they probably operate somewhere between 85, 90%. A 24% fat would estimate that of the megawatt hours produced over the course of a year, if you have a factor or a nameplate capacity of 10 megawatts, you're going to average about 24% of that over the course of a year. So you're not going to get 10 megawatts all across the board. You're probably going to average cumulatively about 24% of that.
Yeah, so is that really from the solar potential, like literally the light coming down, or is that a factor of like battery storage? Like, is there other things besides the actual like energy source?
Thank you, Chair. I don't think it considers batteries.
Mm-hmm.
I think it really is a factor of access to the sunlight and then perhaps some combination of facets on the ground.
Thank you.
That's correct. And then we also wanted to consider proximity to transmission. This has been one of the most discussed items throughout the entire RAC process. Lots of people advocated for it and for certain changing distances. Some people advocated against it. We finally had a major breakthrough about a month ago where we got some real consensus on this. And so we decided a 10-mile corridor, well, 20-mile corridor, 10 miles either side of a transmission line rated at 69 kilovolts or higher. It's a little hard to know the ratings of each of these lines. A lot of utilities keep that as a trade secret, unfortunately. But we've done some mapping with our GIS folks to map all the lines 69 kilovolt and higher with a 20-mile corridor, 10 miles on either side to consider these lands eligible for this rule.
Vice Chair Lazo.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question. So this map's only existing transmission, right? Not. So I assume let's say the ideal sites are pointing towards southeastern Oregon, where there's, in this case, it doesn't look like there's the existing transmission. My sense is that if you sort of build it, they will come with transmission, and there are other technologies that exist, right? You could also store in batteries. I suppose you have to transmit at some point, but is there a consideration in the work you all are doing or moving forward about the potential for new transmission or the lack of potential for new transmission?
Thank you, Chair.
I don't know how hard it is to build.
Vice Chair Lazo. So you hit the nail on the head in a lot of ways, right? So we heard many times, which we agreed with, we need to know the capacity on these lines. Just because they're there doesn't mean you can connect to them. It's just not that simple. It proved to be elusive to figure that out, almost impossible. We'd love to have. So we had to resort to this, what is a pretty blunt tool, but it's available. We believe that we've certainly intended to write the language to accommodate the construction of future lines. I don't believe we've had any, I don't think the draft language is intended or has the effect of saying lines in presence of a certain date. So, if the Captain Jack line in Southeast Oregon ever gets built, we believe that would be considerable.
Yeah, we had a lot of education as part of this process. One of the attorneys on the RAC said the only thing more complicated than energy is healthcare. So it's not always been very easy. But yeah, we do want to have that open to the future. And we also have a 2027 look back written into the rules to look at how it's been implemented, what effects have happened, and make any necessary recommended changes going forward from 2027.
Commissioner Thompson has a question.
Ma'am, I was just pointing out that Commissioner Bennett had his hand up.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Bennett.
And, I'll join with John on the difficulty, Vice Chair. The Boardman to Hemingway line, which was in somewhat of a utility corridor, has taken over 14 years, and it was President Obama's one of his 9 priorities. And they still haven't really done any work onto it yet, just because the community resistance, and probably 90% was community resistance along the way. New corridors are going to be extremely difficult in southern eastern Oregon, southeast Oregon, because of the sage grouse and other limitations. So I don't think there's a lot of opportunity with that for the moment.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you. I love this topic. Can you explain what all infrastructure would be needed between a solar facility and the transmission lines, and can solar and wind both tap into that same infrastructure?
They can both, thank you, Commissioner Porter. They can both tap into that same infrastructure. So they'll build a GenTie line from a solar or wind plant, and usually some manner of a substation to tap into one of those main transmission lines. So it's just really a factor of project budget and distance to that transmission. The figure we've heard from a lot of the solar developers taking place in these conversations is that, it's $1 million for a mile of transmission on a GenTie line. So it's just really expensive.
So thank you, Chair Holova and Commissioner Porter. I'll just follow up and say that we are seeing and have seen more instances of co-locating
Yes.
solar projects with existing wind projects. The Montague project north of Condon, Oregon, is an example of that. And so that's, I think it was exciting because along with storage, it provides an interesting and again exciting opportunity for clean energy.
All right, so we're moving on to the determination of significance. The thought behind this is if we can predict where solar development might be successful, what characteristics can distinguish unique sites deserving of special consideration from other lands? Our focus has been on avoiding or mitigating things we would prefer not to impact. And you can see kind of the categories here. Those are high value agricultural lands and wildlife habitat, as well as historical, archaeological, and cultural resources. And we thought about it as 3 buckets. John got this awesome bucket graphic for us to drive the point home here. And you can see the left-hand bucket is the most straightforward opportunity. Those are lands that would be eligible without mitigation. Those are the lowest quality farmlands and ranch lands, that are way out there in the middle of nowhere where a solar facility would be a perfect fit. The middle bucket are lands that are eligible with mitigation. So they may have somewhat productive agriculture, some decent wildlife habitat, but with a combination of some mitigation measures in place and or some community benefits, solar could still be a good fit. And the third bucket there on the right are lands that are just too precious to be eligible for this opportunity. We're talking about, category 1, irreplaceable wildlife habitat, irrigated high value farmland, places like that. Or places that have, very important historical, cultural, archaeological sites, which, as John mentioned earlier, that's one of those things that can't be mapped and shouldn't ever be mapped. And so there's a lot of consultation for some of these lands that developers will have to do with Department of Fish and Wildlife, with SHPO and the tribal nations to see what's actually there.
So thank you, Adam. Chair, hello, members of the commission. I would just a couple things, observations, just at a very high level. I just want to point out that this opportunity would complement existing opportunities. It would not replace them. This would not become the only way to consider solar in Eastern Oregon. It'd be one of what would become 4 ways probably. And furthermore, meeting the state's energy goals is not dependent on this rule. Again, we hope it's contributory to that, but it's not dependent on this. What we've, again, sort of sketched out is a semblance to the standard Goal 5 process. You know where stuff is, and then you figure out what's really special. And an example could be, well, sage grouse habitat was mentioned. Just because a sage grouse walks across a piece of sagebrush habitat doesn't mean it needs to be protected. But what we have identified, or ODF&W identified, are areas that are able to support the entire life cycle of that sage grouse, or to furnish other important features that again, support the viability of that species. That's 30–40% of the range. Here again, we know, kind of where we can reasonably expect solar to think about going. So what subset of that are really unique and therefore deserving of special consideration? And these are the things, right? If they don't have certain things, whether it's wildlife habitat, cultural resources, agricultural lands. Anyway, that helps distinguish what really is special.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things that's been difficult for me to do is to distinguish between, I would call it, competing subject matter experts on the issue of soil science. I don't know what to do when I get public comment that says there are subject matter experts reaching directly contradictory findings. I don't know what to do with that. Can anybody help me figure out how to decide which subject matter expert is the more credible and to resolve the conflict between those contradictory opinions?
Are you saying in relation to this rulemaking?
Specifically a little here, but generally speaking, because I've heard it pretty much all over Oregon.
I don't know if Commissioner Bennett, you look like you raised your hand.
Yes, as a former planning director and as a county commissioner, follow the money, Commissioner. Usually you'll find out who the hired guns are and then start reaching out to call other commissioners and folks and say, who do you trust in this field? But in this era, you're right. It's hard to, but generally, it's kind of like in a criminal case, both sides hire their experts and then it's our job to sort it out. But I've found that I start calling other county commissioners and say, is this really borne out, et cetera? You're gonna have to do some extra homework onto it.
Commissioner Thompson, Chair Holova, if I could just add to that, the issue of competing experts is something local governments deal with all the time when they have controversial applications. The point of these rules, though, is to set the expertise as a certain thing. In other words, the soil type developed by the U.S. Department of Agriculture for determination of high value farmland is the final say in these rules. Someone can't go to a county and say, well, this is really high value farmland. I'm an expert on this. The county and these rules require use of the official Department of Agriculture soil types, and the same for wildlife habitat. The word of ODF&W is what ODF&W says is wildlife habitat is presumed to be wildlife habitat, and a competing expert would not prevail in that situation under these rules. For cultural resources, I think the most obvious experts on those are the tribal governments themselves. And that's why the rule would require local governments and solar developers to work with those experts on those issues.
Thank you, Gordon. All right. Now we get to the fun part of the RAC has not quite finished its work. So we have some areas of emphasis that we've got somewhat refined and still a little bit of work to do. One of the key things we heard from everyone on the RAC as part of this rulemaking was to provide some certainty in the form of some safe harbors, as if an applicant does X, Y, and Z, it's a guaranteed approval, but also to provide flexibility. Every community in Eastern Oregon is different. Every solar site is different. Every solar installation, and the developers and the county officials out there want to have some flexibility to come up with some of their own rules, some of their own community benefit agreements and things like that. There's also been a lot of talk about implementation, about whether to make these rules an opt-in or an opt-out, which we came to a solution on finally after a lot of debate and discussion. But we still have to refine some stuff around agricultural mitigation, and around community benefits to provide some of that flexibility and certainty. We also have a special kind of subgroup. It's like our superheroes of the rack. There's about a half a dozen of them that have joined us for a few meetings to really kind of not make policy decisions, but to drill down into the draft rules as written, as you see in front of you, and really get to the heart of these technical matters that we've yet to resolve. And then we've been bringing that back to the rack at the last couple rack meetings we've had, and it's been a really, really successful model. We've gotten a lot of buy-in with solar developers and attorneys who are part of this subgroup. And so we've just got a bit more work to do there. John, you got anything to add for that? All right, cool. All right. We wanted to also do a case study. So we got some more.
I share has a question.
Oh, sorry.
We're sort of doing this questions as we go
Well,
because it's very
That's okay.
specific
Thank you.
information.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to point out, John, you mentioned the sagebrush walking across the lands, and I'm envisioning a graphic in the future that's like the Partridge Family graphic. I lost probably half the audience on that aged reference, right? But that's not my question. My question is about the opt-in, opt-out, right? The charge related to this from the legislature was to, if I'm picturing it right, is to sort of provide a more certain and easier pathway to site solar in Eastern Oregon by providing the opt-in, opt-out options. It seems to short circuit that to some degree because the county can now just opt out and say, we're not going to use that process. We're not going to add that as a process in our planning. Am I understanding the way that's been configured here?
So thank you, Chair. Hello, Vice Chair Lazo. Sort of. I think there was an emphasis in the discussions around the legislature as well as after the bill was passed about this being voluntary. Don't don't force something down our throats. So as we discussed that further, there were some concerns expressed like, well, geez, if no one does this, it doesn't do any good. So a continuation of that conversation, we kind of came around and part of that in improved understanding was based on how we built the rule in a couple different parts. And so one part, which would be more elaborate and more detailed and be really a county establishing its own program, would truly be voluntary. Obviously, the county can do that. Another part, which would be allowing a county to really just consider sites, applicant-driven applications, would be, after probably a grace period, would be directly applicable unless a county said we don't want to do it. And so you tried to kind of create a situation that has the best of both worlds, an abundance of self-determination for a county with some sense of likelihood that this is actually going to be available and be used.
That's the two options in the staff report. Okay, got it. Okay.
I just have a question that's not related to any of this, but it's like, let me ask before I forget. I noticed the director said before that the charge was that this RAC sends their report directly to the legislature. And I was just curious, like what gets missed or not versus our other processes, mainly just because it was different.
Yeah, Chair Holova, in answer to that, I think that the correct what's actually is the RAC will send its recommendation directly to you. Normally, a rulemaking advisory committee is advisory to the department, and then the department makes a recommendation. In this case, the rulemaking advisory committee was given the charge to directly make a recommendation to your commission, who will make the decision on the rule. They will also be preparing a report to the legislature with more recommendations going forward, maybe with additional statutes, but that's a separate item.
Does this our staff produce the document to which the RAC? Sorry, I'm just curious about the logistics of that.
Yeah, Chair Holova, yes, we take the responsibility to do that. We also, if there's an area where we think the RAC has gone terribly wrong, I don't know that that's going to happen. We have the prerogative to make an alternative recommendation to you, but hopefully we'll have a unified recommendation with the RAC.
Thank you, Gordon. Thank you, Chair Holova.
Let's just take a second and take a look at this slide. If it's okay, Chair Holova. We wanted to kind of test our parameters, the slope, utility factor, and proximity to transmission. And these are, you can see a couple different projects. This is the Obsidian Solar Center project, and this is Archway Solar Project. They're both in North Lake County, Oregon. You can see the center pivot irrigation systems around there, which is indicative of farming in that country. They're both about 3,500 to 4,000 acres. They're both about 400 megawatts. Obsidian is approved but not built, and Archway is, I think they paused their consideration at the Energy Facility Siting Council. Yes.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Chair. Before you get too much farther past that, you said they're both equal to about 400 megawatts. Is that each of them 400 or
Correct.
combined? Okay,
Correct.
That's a lot. Thank you.
And this was handy because we had the polygons for them that are available on the RISA tool that we worked on so much. So and just as a quick introduction, right? So we've got, then you can see how, and I have to say this, I feel a duty to say this. This project is really emblematic of an Obsidian project that they really don't care to try to develop on irrigated land. You can see the trouble that they've gone to make sure that they're avoiding irrigated land in this area. Again, that's a hallmark of an Obsidian project. Anyway.
And that's the
so-
red polygon.
Correct.
I'm saying that for Commissioner Bennett.
No, thank you. So let's go ahead, Adam. Let's kind of see what this looks like.
Yeah. Go slide over. And here you can see on the left the slope and on the right the estimated utility capacity factor. As you can see, both sites are on a slope of less than 10%, so largely level ground, which the developers love to see. And both have a estimated utility capacity factor of 24 to 25%, which we talked about earlier is the best you're going to get in the state. So these are really well-sited facilities.
And just to add to that, they're also, I think this is within 2 miles. This is a BPA line. I think it's a 500 kV line. This is another high voltage. I think it's 500 kV. I believe it's a Pacific Core line. And this is a 115 kV mid-state electric line. And I think this is 1,000 kV BPA line. So there's a lot of transmission in that vicinity.
Yeah, there is. And as John was mentioning, both sites are not on irrigated land. And the soils at both of these sites are pretty poor quality soils. You see the lines everywhere. Those are priority wildlife connectivity areas, and both sites avoid those as well. And the kind of hash marked stuff is sage grouse habitat, and they mostly also avoid sage grouse habitat as well.
So thank you, Adam. And the purpose of this slide is once we had sort of tested these sites against our guide rails or framework, we applied the exclusion factors as best we could, right? And we found that, wow, look, like Adam said, we know that they're not very good soils. We just know that. Trust us on that. Obviously not irrigated, and as it happens, I mean, they really avoid these items that would otherwise excuse a site from being eligible for this opportunity. It's little sage grouse. It's low density. There is no core in this area. Some low density, which is important. But being on the edges, I mean, they could probably work with ODF&W to determine whether that really is the right line or not. But the outcome is that, wow, I mean, these two projects that these companies have seen fit to invest a lot in moving forward, we believe certainly appear to would have been candidates for this rulemaking as it's drafted now. And at this size, I'll add this, at this size, they could possibly fall into the size of projects that could be under county jurisdiction as things are now, moving forward. So at some point we could see counties considering projects of this size, 3,840 acres, give or take, 400 megawatts, give or take, without an exception at the local level in these areas where we found the opportunities and we've reduced the conflicts.
Yeah, and I'll add a little bit more to that as well. We toured that Obsidian site when we had our RAC meeting in Christmas Valley, Oregon, and they actually carved out a section of it. I don't know if you can see at the very top, because there were some cultural resources for one of the tribes there. And they carved that out and said, all right, they came to an agreement. We're not going to build it right there. So it's also a great example of that collaboration as well.
Commissioner Boyer?
So are those pieces designated, those two, are they designated rangeland or EFU or what's their designation?
So Chair Hello, Commissioner Boyer, I believe they are included in a qualifying exclusive farm use zone. I'm not sure whether they're, whether it's called EFU or exclusive farm use 1 or rangeland, but they are in fact protected under Goal 3.
Commissioner Thompson?
So Commissioner Boyer mentioned earlier her distress at the erosion of farmland. I wondered if this caused similar distress, this kind of thing. I'm just trying to apply what I'm learning here from each other as well as from staff.
Commissioner Boyer?
You want me to answer?
Yes,
Oh,
please.
okay. My report came from the Willamette Valley. So, because I was reporting as my commissioner region. So, thank you.
Thank you. Qualifier noted.
Commissioner Bennett?
Chair, I think and Director Bateman and I have had this discussion on a regular basis, in that we have to look for a balancing. As a grazing guy, that's really precious to me. Yes, every piece, even if you looked outside my windows right now, you would see I have cattle on Class 8 soils, Class 7 and 8 soils. However, we need to balance the opportunity and the need for renewable. And this ground here, obviously, there'd be pivots on it, quite frankly, if there was water available. And there's obviously no water rights or water available. So to me is, looking at this site, is that we're looking for that balance, that we do need renewable energy, but we also need to protect the farmland. So we have to do it extremely judiciously. And then we have the other limiting factors of wildlife, proximity to the power lines, and cultural and landscape view sheds. So it's going to have to be where we reach that point. Yes, we're going to lose some farmland, and I hate to see it, because it's going to impact some rancher in 4,000 acres in that neighborhood. Somebody's going to lose some prime cattle grazing ground, or not prime, but some important grazing ground. But if we can keep this balance, I think that's the only way we're going to move forward.
Thank you.
So thank you, Commissioner Bennett and Chair Lova. Just one last comment, I guess, or observation before we leave this slide. I think we're probably time to do that. But in some ways, these projects are a decent example of sort of, kind of how it goes with, which is to say that just because a project gets applied for or even approved doesn't mean it gets built. That's one thing that we've learned. We've had that emphasized to us through the RAC processes. Maybe 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 projects that are approved ever really reaches the finish line for construction. So anyway, just you have to. I think it's important to kind of try and remember that. That I don't know how you entirely articulate or factor it into a rule. I don't think you can. But the practical reality is, a lot of these just don't get built for a bunch of reasons. For instance, this Obsidian project, I believe, has just asked FSEC for an extension for their construction date. And I suspect that had to do with, they're working on securing the things they need to actually be able to move forward, secure their financing, and proceed with the construction. So we'll see, right? We'll see if these hit. We hope that they do, but we will see. And they may not ever get built.
So it seems like the intent of this is, I presume those two solar developers went through a bunch of stuff to figure out what we may be able to figure it out for everybody. You know what I mean? Like, that one had to figure it out and that one had to figure out. And if you do a map, then you've taken out a lot of that time and energy.
Thank you, Chair Lowe. I believe it's exactly the idea.
Vice Chair.
Just a quick question. We're excluding public lands? Because I'm assuming in this map, some of that might be public land.
Oh, thank you, Chair Hulova, Vice Chair Lazo. Yes, but because our land use program goals and rules don't
Right.
typically apply, so it's not like, but in reality, it doesn't really apply. But you're right, there is a lot of public land, federal land, BLM land out there, of which they've been undergoing their own kind of process
Okay.
and have identified some lands that to be available. In fact, we've seen one application is near Redmond, Oregon, of about 4,000 acres. That's just kind of just kind of getting started. So we'll see again. Federal lands is a whole nother story.
All right, kind of reiterating the message we got from the RAC last month when we originally hoped to wrap up the process with them is that we are making very good progress. There is a lot of buy-in from all the RAC members, which is great, but they are not ready to make a recommendation yet and just need a little bit more additional time to resolve some of these issues we've been talking about with you here this morning. To that end, we had a RAC meeting yesterday, actually, from 1 to 5 p.m. We had a RAC meeting, and then we have further RAC meetings scheduled for the morning of December 18th and the afternoon of January 9th. We'll have continuing the public hearing before you all here at the commission on January 23rd. We will have a geographic hearing in Eastern Oregon, probably in Prineville, but yet to be determined, sometime before February 5th, 2025. And then we will come back to you again in March 20th next year for deliberation and possible adoption. And then, as Gordon mentioned earlier, there is a report to the legislature that we will be working on in the new year. An interim copy is due to them on or before September 15th, and the final copy is due on or before December 31st, 2025. And we've reached the end of the trail with John's horse there. But we're happy to take any more questions you've got for us.
I wanted to open it up to Commissioner Bennett, who's our commission liaison to the RAC, to see if you had anything to add.
One thing is just really, it's been just really great working with John, Adam, and Gordon on this. And also, one of the big things that was just really necessary is that somewheres they were able to dig up the funding and come up with maps so that the counties and the RAC could view them, which was a critical tool, because without really knowing what conceivably it was going to look like on the ground, it was going to be really difficult for both the RAC and the commission to make a decision, and also for good guidance for the legislature. So they were able to come up with preliminary maps for each county, and I think that's been an important tool. I really would echo the point of giving them more time. There's the biggest opportunity for everyone to be of closer to one accord is giving them enough time to work out a lot of the issues. It's credit needs to go to the team also. It's kind of an interesting mix of participants. You have developers, you have conservation community, you have landowners, you have also counties, and all having a voice, and tribal representatives. So all of them bringing this all together is a larger task than maybe it looks like on the surface. So I would also really strongly advocate for giving more time to get a real quality product, but they're working super.
Thank you. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. I appreciate the work that you do, and I also appreciate the way you translate it into terms that are assimilable for me. I've been a member of CREA for a long time because it just made sense to me to look at alternative energy development. But when I'm distracted, but when we're considering, I would call them conflicting needs. We want to preserve farm forest land. We want to have alternative energy. How do we reconcile those? I wondered just as I look as a disinterested observer, is anybody from the Department of Energy involved in your RAC? I mean, how's the energy piece of that fit into resolution?
So thank you, Chair Hilova and Commissioner Thompson. So we have been in contact, and as Adam mentioned earlier, we have a bundle of state agency partners as ex officio non-voting members. Department of Energy is identified on that and do participate. Their Representative Tom Jackman was with us yesterday. We've also seen fit to carve out time to talk to their siting manager, Todd Cornett, and his team. And we've also been involved in some cross-pollination with some work that they're doing. And so, yes, we intend and intend to continue coordinating with the Department of Energy. In fact, we invited them and got a really good presentation from a couple of their staff, Rob Del Mar and one of their Salem staff while we were in Boardman early last spring. So, yes, the answer is yes, we will and continue to do so.
Any other commission comments, questions? We have one public testimony person who signed up for public testimony after this. Vice Chair Lazo.
Thanks, Chair. I think the one thing I'd say is to, I'm just still concerned, maybe it's too strong a word, about the opt-in, opt-out piece. And I think tracking it down the line after the rules are developed to see, if everybody opts out, I guess I'm assuming that we were put on this path because there was an expressed needs that somewhere. And I suppose if everybody opts out, it'll tell us that we missed the mark, right? And so I think it'd be worth iterating back down the line somewhere to understand how these are being implemented if that remains in there.
Well, that's one of the things about we missed the mark. And it was just interesting that the RAC, it's going to be a RAC's recommendation, so it's just, I was trying to, are we a facility? We're a facilitator. I'm trying to figure out our role, which is different in this one.
Yeah, so thank you, Chair Hilova and Commissioner Lazo. So again, exactly, we have fashioned language that would obligate the department to do that, to come up with a report looking back. That's one of the things that we'll look at, and there's a couple others, but that's certainly one of them. And the report to be presented to LCDC will, if we think that there needs to be adjustments one way or the other, we'll include that.
And if I would just add, Commissioner Lazo or Vice Chair Lazo, Chair Hilova, the final decision on the rules is yours. And the RACs is a recommendation. So if you think they've missed the mark, you can,
Thank you for that
do an alternative point of view.
Yeah, I still got stuck in my head, reports going to the legislature. So I was just like, we're just observers, but you're right. No, thank you for level setting that. Commissioner Boyer.
I'm just really impressed on how far the RAC has come from the start and how they're slowly coming together. So I think the more time is a really smart decision. So thank you.
Yeah, and talking about more time, you did have dates there. There's deadlines for this, I presume. So we're not extending any deadlines. So I'm just trying to.
No.
Okay.
So
More
yeah,
meetings.
so thank you,
Yeah.
Commissioner Hilova or Chair Hilova and Commissioner Boyer. That's how it happens sometimes, right? Gradually, and then all of a sudden, and when you're getting that traction, you've got that positive momentum. You want to capitalize on that. The legislature in House Bill 3409 said this will be done by July 1st, 2025. So we have some time. And so we're taking some advantage of that. And we think it's to the benefit of the project.
Thank you. So if there aren't any more questions, I'll take the public comment. And so Alyssa Forrest, who's joining us virtually, will be giving a public comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I can't see everyone closely, so I apologize. But my name is Alyssa Forrest, and I'm the new policy director for the Oregon Solar and Storage Industries Association, otherwise known as OSIA. We represent a large part of the solar industry in Oregon, and I really appreciate this opportunity to provide public comment. I just want to share OSIA's perspective on the process so far, just to highlight our experience with the RAC we've been an active member in the RAC throughout the year, and frankly, we've found some parts of the process to be challenging. And OSEA, along with some other stakeholders and members in the RAC, did not always feel heard during the meetings. And there were times we felt like rule proposals were presented kind of at the last minute and didn't always represent our input and our opinions. However, as kind of pointed out by Adam and John about a month ago, there's been a big change in direction, and we're really pleased with the current direction that the proposed rules are going in. And we've been working with other stakeholders, including other parties from agriculture and conservation organizations, to work through, including that subgroup, as Adam called the superheroes of the RAC. That we've been meeting to work through a lot of the technical language and making a lot of progress. And I won't get into the substantive details because Adam and John gave a great presentation. But as Commissioner Bennett pointed out, we have started working through some of those maps and figuring out the right criteria and working out the wrinkles and issues with those maps. We just wanted to reiterate again, the purpose of the RAC is to make solar siting easier, as stated by Representative Helm, and OSEA looks forward to participating in the remaining RAC meetings and working towards that goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. So with that, Denise?
Hello, but we do have one other person that has signed up for public comment. They are not available online yet. We are a little bit ahead of schedule. Will it be okay? I have reached out to him by email. There was no phone. If he joins us later, will we be able to allow him to talk? Okay,
Yes.
perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, that concludes this agenda item. I think we're going off to lunch, but am I confused? No, I think we reserved a lot of an hour worth of potential public comment, but we didn't get that. So yeah, maybe we'll move something up. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you,
That was
Chair.
great.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Yeah. Break and come back when?
Comment, right? The only other thing would
Okay,
be.
so we're gonna
Sorry.
take a break, but we will come back. So I'm thinking maybe 10:30 we come back, and then we're gonna figure out if we can move something up or not, or how that works. Because we're not taking lunch at 10 o'clock. So see you back at 10:30.
It'd be like kindergarten. We can have a nap and a snack. It's yoga. Let's go.
Pop your battery.
Get your down dogs out.
Which way to reach elevator?
Yeah.
Is he, I can't see. I think if he's not on the.
He is not got his camera on.
Welcome back to the Land Conservation and Development Commission December meeting. It is 10:30 and we are moving up an item, which is item number 10, Farm and Forest Biennial Report to the Legislature, which due to having more time in our schedule. So we're moving that item up. And then after that item, we will have lunch. So this item is a presentation of the draft department prepared Farm Forest Biennial Report to the Legislature. And the purpose of the item is that the commission will receive a briefing by department staff on the report and they will answer any questions the commission may have. I believe there is a motion to move that forward at the end. Public comment will be accepted and we have one person signed up for comment. So with that, welcome Gordon Howard, Community Service Division Manager, to introduce your team.
Thank you, Chair Holova. I'll briefly just introduce our expert on all things farm and forest with the department, Hillary Foote, to give the summary of the biannual farm and forest report to the legislature.
All right, good morning, Chair Holova, Vice Chair Lazo, and commissioners. So I am Hillary Foote, and I'm the Farm and Forest Specialist for the Department of Land Conservation and Development. And this morning, I'm going to be reviewing some key takeaways from the 2022-2023 Farm and Forest Land Use Report for the legislature. I have about 45 minutes of content this morning, and I'm going to just be touching briefly on some key topics, selected topics from the report that are treated more deeply in the report. And if the commission has any questions on any of the report content that we are not touching on this afternoon, I'm happy to answer any questions or talk about those subjects as well. So the Biennial Farm and Forest Report is a report that the Land Conservation and Development Commission has been providing to the legislature for over 38 years. So this is actually a statutory obligation that we have to produce this. And technically, this report is actually provided by the commission to the legislature. So the objective for the meeting this morning, this agenda item, is to collect your feedback on the report and hopefully your approval to go ahead and provide this report to the legislature. The report does need to be submitted before the start of the 2025 session, and that's January 21st. So the purpose of this report is to provide some insight into how well the Farm and Forest Conservation Program is doing at achieving the goals set out, the objectives set out for us by planning goals 3 and 4. And just something to keep in mind, although the primary audience for the report is the legislature, this is a report that's also used by a variety of different stakeholders. So advocacy groups, researchers, grad students, and the report was prepared with that wider audience also in mind. So the report is divided into 6 sections, some of which we have seen before and some of which are new this year. It starts with an overview of the Working Lands Conservation Program and how it works. There's a new section this year on some of the co-benefits of protecting our rural lands from development, which we'll talk about in a little bit. There's a discussion on the conversion of working lands and some different ways that we look to get at that information. And then there's detailed information on non-resource use and dwelling permits that have been issued on lands that are protected under the program. And lastly, there's detailed, a tremendous amount of data lovingly prepared into pivot tables in the back. And I'll put it out there for anybody who may be following along online as well, that we do provide a variety of custom reports using that data that we've been collecting from counties over the years. And I do periodically provide those in response to data requests. All right. So both the agricultural lands goal, goal 3, and the forest goal, goal 4, recognize that the timber and agricultural economies are really important to the state. Those goals recognize that those industries are dependent on a finite resource base, land that is suitable for farm and timber production. And because that resource, that land base is finite, these policies recognize that that land base needs to be protected, it needs to be conserved and used wisely so that we can continue to support these industries in the state. So Oregon's agricultural economy is incredibly diverse. There are over 225 commodities being produced in the state, most of which are not federal commodity crops, but specialty crops. And agriculture represents a significant portion of the state's economy. 15% of the state's economy is linked in some way to agriculture, food, and fiber production. And you actually might be surprised to know that Morrow, Umatilla, and Malheur counties are actually the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th top producing ag counties in the state. So sometimes we tend to focus on the Willamette Valley. So on the forest side of things, Oregon has led the nation for many years in producing softwood lumber and plywood, typically used in home building. Oregon's lumber output in 2021 accounted for about 16% of the total U.S. production. Oregon's plywood mills accounted for about 28% of the total production in the U.S. So the point here is that these really are significant economic sectors in the state. And in some ways, resource lands should be considered in the same way that we think about industrial lands. You know, these are the land base that is needed to support these important industries.
Commissioner Boyer.
Can you go back, please? Just sit with that slide for a little bit, everybody. That is so amazing. This is why I fight so hard for farm and forests right there. That is amazing. I get really emotional about it. But I have a question. Is this those figures, are they agritourism and farm stands in there?
So these are separated in a couple of different categories. So you'll see farm gate value, that's agricultural production directly, that's 5 billion. When you look at some of these other numbers, like the 15% of Oregon's economy, that would include anything that's related to food, fiber, production, so including food processing.
Thank you.
And I was going to say on the forest side, it kind of talks about lumber and quantity, but not necessarily quality. And from everything I know out in the mass timber world, we have the best quality as far as Doug fir. And so we're very coveted, not just for the quantity, but actually the quality of the wood. Yeah. Commissioner Thompson.
Well, which is why the Habitat Conservation Plan is something that calls for attention. I confess I didn't read every single word of all of this. I was going to do it at lunch. Mea culpa. The fact that timber mills are closing because the production is now uncertain. Because as somebody said to me, Leanne, forestry people are just long-term farmers. The crop cycle is a longer term. We're all dealing with producing from the land. But again, the competing priorities. So do you track the closing of timber mills in your data?
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson, Chair Halova. So we don't, our focus is on conservation of that land base, right? So there are sister agencies that we work with very closely, like the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Forestry, Department of Fish and Wildlife, who are responsible for those economies and regulating them. And so we don't track essentially timber mill closures or economic output related to that sector. What we do track is the amount of land that's been conserved to support those economies and those industries.
Commissioner Thompson.
Yeah.
This is where I get emotional because we have the land, but we will not be allowed to use it. And beyond that, if it isn't managed properly, the increase in the fuel load and the impacts of wildfire on lives, property, health and well-being from the air, I mean, just all of that. I'm trying to wrap my arms around how my role here can support the best things happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson, Chair Halova. And so this conversation around management, whether it's agricultural practices or forestry management practices, those again are regulated by our sister agencies, and we're actually statutorily prohibited from regulating management practices. So what we are responsible for is sort of protecting that land-based conversion and development to other uses and making sure that that's available in order to support those industries. So over the past 2 years, the commission has heard a lot about the history of the program and how it works. So I'm going to touch on that just very briefly this morning. And I'm going to focus more on farmland, the history of the farmland program, because in many ways the forest rules were modeled after them at a later time. So exclusive farm use zoning was actually first standardized across the state in 1963. So a decade before the land use planning program was implemented. And in the 1960s, exclusive farm use zoning was actually part of an incentive tax program. So under that sort of schema, a farmer could voluntarily have exclusive farm use zoning applied to their property, and that would save them money in taxes. And this type of tax incentive program is still actually a tool that's used commonly in other areas of the country. And while that program was popular in the 1960s, it didn't achieve essentially the policy objective that was set out for it. So during the 1960s, we still lost 500,000 acres of farmland in the Willamette Valley. Clackamas County lost 1/3 of its farmland to urbanization. And that set the stage for Senate Bill 100 and creation of the land use planning program. So in 1973, when the land use planning program was created, counties were then required to inventory all of the rural lands that met our agency definition of agricultural land. And they were required to protect it under restrictive exclusive farm use zoning, or counties needed to take an exception to statewide planning goal 3 and zone it for something else, residential, commercial, industrial use. And it's always clear that that zoning is intended to be really restrictive. So there's a great quote from Senator Atiyeh, then Senator Atiyeh, who said the intent was to give some goodies in exchange for the restrictions inherent in exclusive farm use zoning. And I just wanted to make that really clear, that these zoning designations were always intended to restrict use and development of those properties. And when that happened, when these lands were inventoried and zoned, in exchange for that restriction, the incentive programs, the tax programs became compensatory benefits, along with some other things like Oregon's right to farm laws. And counties also protected forest lands in a similar sort of way, but under a looser set of parameters. So one of the key factors that has been credited with the success of Oregon's program is that our agricultural lands definition in our rules is twofold. So the first part of the definition is a clear and objective standard that's based on scientific soil data that's produced by the USDA Natural Resource Conservation Service, NRCS. It is based on characteristics of the soil. And so that definition is then agnostic to trends in agricultural markets or timber markets that go up and down. And it's also agnostic to an individual operator's business savvy or ability to turn a profit, right? So it's based on the land, capability of the land. The other part of that definition gave counties a lot of leeway actually to inventory additional lands that might be needed to support agriculture that's happening in those particular areas or is suitable for agriculture in that particular climate. So for example, I live in Tillamook County. It's a big dairy county. And one of the constraints in operating a dairy is the need to spread manure, particularly during wet winter season, right? And you don't necessarily need to have high quality farmland to support that kind of operation. And if you have really soggy, wet soils, you might get a later season silage cutting. If you have really dry, super drain soils, you might be able to get your cows out earlier in the year. So that's just an example of that sort of flexibility that's built in the program to inventory agricultural lands that don't necessarily meet those soils definitions. The agricultural lands definition also includes areas of lower quality soils that are interspersed or intermingled with areas of higher quality soils. And this points to actually one of the key elements in our agricultural lands policy. And that is this concept or idea that working lands need to be maintained in a cohesive farms landscape in order to support a particular economy. And that fragmentation of that landscape with other types of development degrades the ability of that landscape to support a thriving economy. And I could talk about this for a long time, but I'll just say it's very similar to the concept of habitat fragmentation, right? You want that cohesive landscape. All right, so now I'll talk about this map here, the green and yellow map. So over the past year, the LCD staff has engaged in a mapping project to correct the resource lands portion of our statewide zoning layer. So we, and in this case, I need to give some, all of the credit actually to Sarah Marvin at the agency who did a very deep dive into this data and corrected some things like misclassifications, removed lands that were actually not subject to state jurisdiction like federal lands. Or lands that are actually in urban growth boundaries where goals 3 and 4 do not apply, and some other cleanups. And as a result of that mapping effort, we identified 15.6 million acres currently under exclusive farm use zoning, that's shown in yellow, 8.5 million acres under forest zoning, that's shown in green, and 2.2 million acres under mixed farm forest zoning, and that's shown in orange. So you may also notice in this graphic that there are some counties that are grayed out. We do have the zoning information for those counties, and the acreage the acreages are included in the numbers that I just presented. However, we are not able to publicly display that information under the terms of our data sharing agreements with those counties. So when we are talking about farmland, agricultural land, we're talking about these yellow areas in the state. These are the areas that are subject to exclusive farm use zoning. And the green areas are the forest zones that we're talking about. And you may notice that there are actually some counties out there that do not have private forest lands, like Sherman, for example. All right, so as we've touched on, the Goal 3 and 4 program protects land to support the ag and timber economies. But the program also has a number of other co-benefits. And that is something that's maybe swept under the rug a little bit or not taken into account when we're considering changes to the program or when we're looking at the value of the program. So one of the benefits that we really wanted to highlight in the report this year is the value that the program, and particularly the forest and rangeland protections in the program, has it also preserving habitat functionality. So this is the section of the report that was co-written with staff from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. So goal 5 includes the natural resources goal, includes habitat protections. And counties have taken, a number of different approaches protecting habitat under goal 5. But one of the common approaches that's used was to rely very heavily on the minimum parcel sizes and limitations on development that are inherent in resource zoning, particularly in forest zones. to also protect habitat. So the minimum parcel sizes that help us maintain that forest and farm landscape in large blocks also helps to maintain habitat in large blocks. That's the idea there. Since acknowledgement, new opportunities for substandard partitions have been added to statute under the Farm and Forest program, and a whole bunch of new non-resource uses have been added to statute. And the use of those farm and forest standards to also protect habitat has not been considered in those changes. And most county comprehensive plans have not been updated since acknowledgement, which means those Goal 5 elements also have not been updated to include current information on habitat priorities from the Department of Fish and Wildlife, or to sort of reassess how well those farm and forest standards are functioning to also protect habitat values. So what we're looking at here on this map are some of the priority wildlife habitat areas that ODFW has given us. And those have been clipped to resource zoning. So you can quickly compare this brightly colored map, the bigger one at the bottom, with the zoning map that we just looked at, which is in the upper left-hand corner, and see that very large portions of lands that have been protected under the Farm and Forest Conservation Program are also ODFW priority habitat areas. So just for example, 94% of the priority wildlife connectivity areas that ODFW has mapped are within resource lands.
It looks like Commissioner Bennett might have had a question.
Sure.
Hello, Hillary, while I understand that sage grouse habitat's a specific Goal 5 resource, I think for the public and for the legislature, it really should have been displayed on this map, because it is for the 7 sage grouse counties, it's a major factor when decisions are being made. I think that that was kind of a gap that really needed to be filled.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett, Chair Halova. That's something that we went a little bit back and forth on whether to include in this map or not. We chose not to include it since it is being updated and is contemplated under the program, whereas these habitats are not currently. But I agree, it may be also useful to have that included. That would certainly show that a lot more of this land is subject to those, is also valuable for habitat.
Commissioner Warren.
To kind of build on Commissioner Bennett's point there, and a point that you made, Hillary, is about how comprehensive plans in a lot of counties have not been updated since the inception of our program, which was 1974. Right. So these plans that our land use system relies on are completely outdated, and because of that, are completely underutilized in a lot of ways. Right. They've become kind of an accessory policy document that has some benefit, but at the same time have become kind of this thing that lives on the shelf. Just wanted to point that out because I feel like you kind of glossed over that point a little bit in your presentation, but I think it's a really, really important thing for the commission to understand.
Commissioner Boyer.
So I really like the this expanded version compared to the last report, the co-benefits of the working lands and the wildlife. And I can't help but think the benefits of carbon sequestration with this, with the mingling of these together. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Boyer, Chair Halova. And there is also a discussion on carbon sequestration in the report.
I just had a clarifying question. So if one wanted to put the sage grouse here, even with an asterisk, is it still in editing mode, or I don't know?
Thank you, Chair Halova. I believe we could do that actually fairly quickly and fairly easily, pending availability of Karen.
Because it seems like if you wanted to, you could have a qualifier that says this is in the process of that kind of thing.
Right.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. To the point about updating comprehensive plans, we did it for 5 years. Here's my takeaway. Invite community input, filter out the illegal elements of the public input. Don't keep including them year after year after year, because it leads to expectations that they will be codified when they cannot be. And there's hard feelings all around.
If I could just comment on that, Commissioner Thompson, Chair Holova, and to Commissioner Warren's comments, excuse me. This was originally, the idea was that these maps would be updated by counties as part of their periodic review, and legislature exempted basically most counties from periodic review back in the late 1990s. And one county, Wasco County, whose planning director at the time was Angie Brewer, who's now our Central Oregon regional representative, voluntarily updated their plan and did update their wildlife habitat mapping. And but it's a problem. That's one of many problems with the loss of periodic review, but a big one is the lack of updating of these wildlife habitat areas in Eastern Oregon and anywhere else in the state for that matter.
Okay, thank you. So I thought I'd just take a second to read a quote from the Department of Forestry's report that is included in Appendix 5 of the Farm and Forest Report. And I'm going to talk about this report a little bit more this afternoon, but this is actually a really great quote that summarizes, I think, this concept. So there's distinct value in maintaining the integrity and functionality of the region's resource lands to ensure that the benefits they provide persist. This interest is challenged as significant regional population growth threatens to fragment resource lands and disrupt the continuity requisite to their ecological health, productivity, and functionality. So again, this is a perspective from our sister agency. And as we move into talking about conversion of resource lands to other uses, we may also think about the loss of that function and value for habitat and open space and air and water quality, in addition to removing that land from the land base that's required to support the resource economies. All right. So how do we look at conversion of farm and forest lands to other uses? So the report spends a good deal of time on this, and we're looking at it from 4 different perspectives. One's the agency's key performance metrics, which are land removed from exclusive farm use or forest zoning. We also look at this great report from the Department of Forestry that looks at land cover. We are looking at statistics from the U.S. Census of Agriculture. And then we're looking at the number of non-resource dwelling and use permits that have been issued by counties on lands conserved under the program. All right, so the first metric that we discuss in the report are one of the things that we as an agency report on. And that is the amount of land that has been removed from the working land zoning through a zone change or an urban growth boundary expansion. So from that perspective, actually, the program has been fairly successful, very successful. So about 1,000 acres are removed through urban growth boundary expansions on average every year. About 1,400 acres are removed through zone changes every year. Since 1987, a total of about 43,000 acres have been removed from exclusive farm use zoning. Roughly about 10,000 acres have been removed from forest zoning. And so what that actually means is that over 99% of the land base that was zoned for farm or forest use in 1987 is still zoned for farm or forest use. And for the past 5 years, we've actually been tracking what type of use resource lands have been converted to after a zone change. So this pie chart here on the bottom looks at those zone changes, does not look at urban growth boundary expansion. And so what we're seeing here is that, about 40% of that resource land is rezoned to industrial use, and most of that's going to be mining and aggregate. 28% is converted to rural residential use, and 29% is converted to other uses like open space, parks, public services. The thing that really stands out here is it is very rare for resource land to be rezoned to commercial. And I'm going to talk about that again a little bit later. So that is something to keep in the back of the mind. Another useful tool when we look at conversion is a fabulous study that the Department of Forestry puts out. So this is something that they've been doing for a number of years. It is called Land Use Change on Non-Federal Land in Oregon and Washington. The last update was through 2018, and it's again attached as Appendix 5 to the report. So the Department of Forestry collects aerial imagery, and they've been doing that since 1974. And they have been, based on that review of aerial imagery, classifying the state into different categories of land cover. So they assign 1 of 5 categories of land cover to areas. So either resource land covers or urban or rural residential, essentially land covers. And I do want to point out that those categorizations are based on land cover, not zoning, right? So we're talking about like what's actually happening regardless of whether that's in an urban growth boundary. And so what they are finding is that there's a much larger conversion of acreage than we are reporting as having been removed from resource zones. So since 1984, the Department of Forestry notes a loss of 172,000 acres of forest land and conversion of 182,000 acres of farmland and rangeland. So that's over 6 times the amount of land that's been removed from farm or forest zoning over a similar period. So that may be a loss of farm and forest cover that hasn't been protected under the program, or it could represent conversion of land to other uses even while it's been protected. And one of the projects that we've been talking to the Department of Forestry about is a review of how much of those cover types are actually in resource zoning and how that has changed over time. So that's something that we hope to be working on together with them in the future.
That seems like is that a big discrepancy between the two? So or is there ability to like just zone into areas and then be like, what's happening here? You know, case studies to figure out which one of those theories yeah.
So that's exactly what we're talking about is like applying, you know, our recently revised zoning layer over those land cover areas and identifying how much of those land covers that Department of Forestry has been tracking are within our protected resource zones. And then there's some difficulty in matching data sets historically, but that's something that we're also looking into to try to attempt to do so we can track how that has changed over time relative to zones.
Sounds like somebody's like dissertation or some kind of foundation funded think tank, something or another. Commissioner Bennett.
Some of this ties back to Commissioner Warren's statement yesterday about the overtaxed planning departments. Most of rural Oregon planning departments are 1 or 2 person staff or maybe even less. And we've discovered in the fires out here, structures burning down that no one had any idea were built. So I think we're going to see that. And it really couples with the conversation yesterday that the more tasking that the departments receive at the county level, the less that they're going to pay just even have any staff to pay attention. The majority of them do not have code enforcement officers. There's a disconnect between most of the buildings are built without building permits even. So it's a real challenge. And I don't know the quick answer, but I can see how it's happening.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Hillary, on the last point you made in this discrepancy between the lands that have been, I guess, taken, rezoned out of EFU versus what ODF has shown for the removal from cover. Are there other possibilities for the removal of cover other than it being converted to non-forest or non-farmland use? So for instance, if could an area be replanted with trees and that would show as a loss of cover?
Thank you, Vice Chair Lazo, Commissioner, Chair Helova. So this is getting deep into the methodology that Department of Forestry uses to categorize those areas. They do account for replanting and forest operations, right? In tracking that cover. As far as getting more into the nitty gritty, I'd be happy to invite Dan Hubner to come talk to the commission about how they brought that report together at some point. It would actually be really interesting.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is not at you, this is at us. Commissioner Warren and I were talking about the constraints on city and county operations. And to the extent that we as a commission can point out data needs and needs for support for local partners, I would urge that. Because I know some of the people, it's mine, I can do it physically because I know how to do it. I'm going to build it. I don't need anybody's permission. It's mine. So we understand that. On the other hand, it becomes an attractive nuisance, and then it becomes a fire hazard, and then on and on and on and on and on. So there's a community benefit, and I don't know what role we play in supporting community benefit, but I'd like us to consider, you're headed for the legislature and you're asking for grant money and how we allocate it and all that kind of stuff. I just elevate that issue. Thank you.
I think for this biennium, we had our 1% ask that we got. In the past, we've created like really, I guess we did it this time, created really long lists so that we have at least the record of our intent about what we think. So I think definitely we should continue the practice of recording our thoughts so that they're not lost, and that we didn't hear the concern, I guess. Yeah. Director Bateman.
Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate that. As this is a topic that is near and dear to me in terms of mapping and understanding what we have on the landscape. We actually have put together we were going to write a paper, and then we turned it into a, what do we call it? Story map. Of the needs that we're seeing or that partners have indicated to us in terms of the types of layers, GIS layers that need some TLC, some tender loving care if we had the resources. And so we've got a really neat presentation that we've started to put together, but we could, finish it off, polish it and bring it to you just to see the kinds of things, where the data gaps are. And they're all over the place. It's these topics, it's where infrastructure is, it's, zoning and UGB borders, the delineations and all those kinds of things. But we could lay out what we've learned so far and where our thinking is on this.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so one last thing I'd point about the Department of Forestry's data is this chart up here on the top right-hand side shows that there's been a greater loss of resource cover types in Western Oregon, which is shown in the red line, than there has been in Eastern Oregon, which is shown in the dark brown line up there at the top. So moving on to the census of ag, another data point that we consider in the report is the amount of land in actual farm use as reported by U.S. Department of Agriculture National Agricultural Statistics Survey. Or the census of ag.
Yeah. Can you tell me what Western Oregon is versus Eastern? Or we talked about a line creating Eastern. Or is that same line creating Western?
Yes, the definition that's in rule for Western Oregon versus Eastern Oregon. I don't have it memorized, but it actually goes along the county lines.
So it's one line that separates the two. Okay. Thank you.
It's in statute as well as rule.
I didn't know if there's anything between those two, so that's why I was asking the line.
No.
Remote.
Yeah.
So the Census of Agriculture data actually reports the amount of land devoted to farm use in Oregon. And the latest census shows that there's been a decrease of 2.5 4 million acres in land in farm use since 1997. In 1997, USDA reported 17.7 million acres in farm use in the state of Oregon, which was more than was protected under exclusive farm use zoning. At that time, USDA now reports 15.2 million acres in farm use in the state, which is less area than protected under exclusive farm use zoning in the state. So I do have to add a couple of caveats again, like the ODF data. When we are looking at census of ag numbers, one, their definition of farm use is actually a pretty low threshold. You only need to produce $1,000 over the year from the sale of farm products to be considered a farm use under that definition. And the USDA statistics include many smaller operations that are located in rural residential areas and also within urban growth boundaries. And those are areas that are not protected under Goal 3. They're not protected under exclusive farm use zoning. So, we have to be careful about drawing any conclusions from that data and information about what's actually happening within exclusive farm use zones. So actually about 67% of the farms that report to the Census of Ag in that survey are 49 acres in size or less, which you'll know is smaller than the minimum parcel size for exclusive farm use zones. But that 67% of reporting farms only accounts for about 2.3% of the agricultural area in production in the state, right? So most of the farmland in the state is actually occupied by larger farms that generate $100,000 or more of production every year. So as we're looking at the three data sets, one of the things that stands out is that just because land is zoned for farm or forest use doesn't necessarily mean that it hasn't actually been converted to another use. There are numerous opportunities for development of non-resource businesses or other types of facilities that are permitted in statute that can represent a de facto conversion even while the property is being maintained under that protective zoning. So the remainder of the report actually addresses that data. So we're trying to look at the number of non-resource dwellings and non-resource uses that are being permitted to get an idea of, what kind of conversion may be happening within areas that are conserved under zoning program. Okay. So with that in mind, we're now moving into the discussion again on those permit statistics. So we're going to start with dwellings in farm zones. So actually, many people are surprised to learn that there are a number of different opportunities to build dwellings in exclusive farm use zones. And there's really two categories of dwellings. So those are dwellings that are in conjunction with a farm operation. This is where your farm operator lives, farm worker housing. There's an opportunity for relatives of farm operators. And then there are dwellings that are not necessarily in conjunction with a farm operator or farm operation. So that would be a lot of record dwelling, health hardship dwellings, non-farm dwellings, and potentially replacement dwellings, which may or may not be in conjunction with a farm. So the past biennium saw increases in all types of dwellings in resource zones, except for dwellings in conjunction with farm use and a lot of record dwellings. And there should be fewer lot of record dwellings because they're tied to a specific date. So we've seen this before, but again, one of the most salient statistics from the review of dwelling approvals is that there are more non-farm dwellings that have been approved in farm zones since 1994 than all of the different types of dwellings in conjunction with farm use. So if you look at the pie chart in the upper left, you will see the approvals for different types of farm-related dwellings in green and yellow in the very top sort of right corner there. And the orange shows non-farm dwelling approvals. So 23% of dwellings have been non-farm dwellings. Only 21% have been primary farm dwellings, farm worker housing, or relative farm dwellings. And And this is really not in line with the legislative intent behind farm dwellings, non-farm dwellings. Non-farm dwellings were always meant to be an exception, as is stated in the Cherry Lane case. There's a quote from Senator Hector McPherson, who was the primary sponsor of Senate Bill 101. He's quoted as saying that the purpose of non-farm dwellings was not to open up exclusive farm use zones to subdivisions, but to provide a little escape valve whereby we can allow a small number of single-family residential dwellings within an exclusive farm use zone. So they were meant to be exception, yet over 7,000 of them have been approved since 1983, and they represent just under a quarter of all the dwellings approved in farm zones.
Commissioner Ware has a comment.
So to Commissioner Warren's point about not enough time, not enough resources at planning departments. These get approved, but counties don't have the resources to enforce it. I see it abused a lot in Yamhill County, especially the hardship dwellings. They just send out letters just saying, is this still the fact? There's no ground truthing any of it. So this gets abused a lot.
Commissioner Bennett.
Chair, I agree with Commissioner on that point, having been a planning director. And also, the one thing, though, that I do want to point out, Hillary, is on replacement dwellings. That's kind of a crazy piece there, because we see two types of replacement dwellings. A lot of times, families lived in a substandard home forever. And finally, when they reach a point where they're financially in a better spot, and then they want to build a replacement dwelling, that's one. But also, likewise, I'd be quick to say that we've seen a large number of McMansions that were out of state investors. Right now, I'm looking out at the ranch next to me, which were bought by Eastern European folks, and they took all the ranch houses, built them into McMansions, and so they obviously don't have help in all of them. So there's some clever workarounds that they've been doing here in Eastern Oregon, and so it's a real challenge to make sure that a family that's struggled forever living in a substandard house has the right, when they finally get there, to build a replacement dwelling, but then to try to keep the McMansions with a small limited staff. It's just really a struggle.
Thank you.
Vice Chair had a question.
Oh, thanks. I didn't know if you were going to move off of the pie chart, but I'm curious about the slice of the replacement dwellings. Because I'm assuming that just by the term replacement, it replaced something that was there. And so wouldn't that replacement dwelling then be tied to what the previous underlying use was? Just as Commissioner Bennett said, if it replaced a primary farm dwelling, shouldn't it be in the primary farm dwelling slice rather than its own category? Or is it because we don't know?
Thank you, Commissioner Lazo. Chair Hilova. So this is a topic I could talk about at length. Very briefly, a lot of the standards that we have today were established by House Bill 3661 in 1993. So that's where most of the standards came from. The income standard for primary farm dwellings was adopted just a little bit before that. And so something that was permitted as a particular dwelling, especially after 1993, the department has long shared the opinion that those dwellings the right to that dwelling is vested under the terms of the original approval, and that replace means replace like for like, replace a primary farm dwelling with a primary farm dwelling. However, there's no requirement in statute to reevaluate that replacement dwelling as a primary farm dwelling. Dwellings that were built prior to 1993, you get into some records issues and much looser sort of guidelines for how those dwellings can be established. And of course, dwellings that were established before the land use planning program. Right. And so there's sort of like different categories that you could look at. And the commission may remember that as part of the work plan for the Farm and Forest Modernization Program, a white paper on replacement dwellings is due this year in 2025. All right, so I'm going to switch the focus on the bottom graph here really quickly. Some commission members may recall that in early 2023, the commission received some public comments requesting us to look at dwelling approvals prior to 1994. So 1994 is chosen as the reporting date for the Farm and Forest reports because, again, that is the year after House Bill 3661 was enacted and became effective. So that was really a big turning point in the history of the program. And that's, again, when a lot of these dwelling types were created. So not only the farm dwellings, but the template test dwelling in forest zones. And also that was where the original replacement dwelling standards when those came into effect. And so the department does have data on permit approvals reported by counties prior to 1994. We have them starting in 1984. So in response to that request from the public, we did go back and review that data and information, and it's included in this year's report. So the chart at the bottom here shows those trends in dwelling approvals from 1984 to 2023. So it includes some of those reported House Bill 30, pre-House Bill 3661 dwellings. So you can see that trend over 40 years. And that did add a significant sort of volume of dwellings to the reported total. So since 1984, about 27,000 dwellings have been approved in exclusive farm use zones.
I don't know if I can tell what colors. Maybe it's the hardship one that the minute that a House bill went down, it plummeted. Is that the right color that I'm reading?
Thank you, Chair Haleva. So there's actually a footnote in the Farm and Forest report that talks about that. So that is actually primary farm dwellings. So in 1992, the commission adopted an income standard for primary farm dwellings in response to a report that had been done that looked at the way that farm dwellings had been approved based on management plans prior to that rule adoption that showed that most of those dwellings were not actually in farm use. And though this shows how effective the commission was at creating a standard to ensure that those dwellings that were permitted for farm operators were actually in association with a farm operation.
Just seems interesting because it's probably not correlated. Maybe it's correlated, but then replacement went up. You know, there's like you can see that House bill and like what changed after that. Like replacement went up, non-farm went down.
So prior to House Bill 3661, replacement dwellings were permitted like non-farm dwelling, like non-farm, non-conforming uses. So there's actually a section of the non-conforming statute that addresses farm dwellings that was used for replacement of dwellings prior to House Bill 3661. 3661 created standards for replacement dwellings. And so you saw a big increase at that point in time when that became an option.
Are we saying that House bill also helped the non-farm go down?
So I don't know if we can draw conclusions from that necessarily, but there were more rigorous standards that were implemented in the rule for non-farm dwellings as well at that point.
Just on a mapping, if you draw a line up, the crosses that all happen at that, that
right. It is
are
interesting
fascinating
to see what happened. It was a pretty landmark year. Yeah. Okay. So moving on to the map of Deschutes County. So if we try to look at the number of dwellings that were approved in farm and forest zones prior to 1984, when we started collecting permit data from counties, it becomes far more tricky. However, identifying the total number of dwellings in an agricultural area is really important if you want to understand the cumulative impact that that residential development might be having on an agricultural area. Or in an area devoted to commercial forestry. So this is a topic that staff has been looking into with the limited resources we've had in the past, and with some assistance actually from the Department of Agriculture. We were able to provide sort of a quick sketch, if you will, of dwelling development in farm and forest zones in Deschutes County. So what you see in the upper right-hand corner here is a map of all of the assessed dwellings in Deschutes County. This is from their assessment data that are located in farm, forest, or mixed farm forest zones. So these are only dwellings in resource zones in Deschutes. The lighter colored dwellings are dwellings that were built before 1986. So these are going to be dwellings really before the land use planning program was fully implemented. And the darker dwellings are those dwellings that were permitted after House Bill 3661, so after 1993. And then the middle colored dwellings are the dwellings that were permitted in that interim period, like under the looser standards. So this is meant to give you a sense of where dwelling development has occurred in this one county that was willing to partner with us on the data, and gives you a sense of what that pattern looks like. So for this exercise, we also combined it with that habitat data that we were working with from Department of Fish and Wildlife. And this particular map shows in purple those priority wildlife areas that we looked at earlier. So you can also get a sense of how that dwelling development might interact with areas of habitat priority. So a lot more work.
Thompson.
Well, so I've just been there looking at houseless camps.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way to add that data into this or not? Because that also has an impact on something, I don't know. And it may not. It just, when I look at this map, I immediately think of those extensive camps. It's probably too complicated and not relevant, but it just occurred to me.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson, Chair Holova. I'm not aware of data sources for that, but that is something we could consider potentially. All right, moving on to uses. So that was dwellings. Now we're moving into uses that are permissible in exclusive farm use zones. Use of agricultural land and of forest land is limited to farm use and forest use, and only those uses that are listed in Chapter 215 of statute for exclusive farm use zones or in Division 6 of our rule for forest zones. A county cannot choose to authorize uses that are not on those lists. When the exclusive farm use zone was created in 1963, there were 6 uses that were allowed in farm zones. Now there are over 63. And so there's actually an appendix to the report that contains Appendix 6 to the report, a list of all the uses that are allowable in exclusive farm use zones, along with the date that that use was first added by the legislature. And that's actually something we're providing in response to a public request for data. So some of those uses may be permitted outright subject to standard. They're allowed in farm zones. And those usually go through a more administrative type review. Those are the sub 1 uses, bucket 1. And then again, there's a second bucket, the sub 2 uses, the conditional uses that are subject to the farm impacts test that we have talked about. So as we discussed earlier, farm use zones were intended to be restrictive. Over time, more and more uses have been added. But the 5 most commonly approved non-resource uses in farm zones since 2008 have been, since 1993, have been home occupations, commercial activities in conjunction with farm use, processing facilities, power generating facilities, and communications towers. So I'm going to focus on three of those: home occupations, commercial activities in conjunction with farm use, and power generating facilities this morning. Both mining and communications facility approvals have been declining over the past 15 years. And if we actually just looked at the past 15 years instead, wineries would replace mining as the fifth most commonly approved use in farm zones. So that's actually a good segue into a caveat on this data, which I'm trying to illustrate in this chart on the right. So certain uses can be permitted in multiple ways. And if we only looked, for example, at the number of wineries that were permitted as wineries under 215-452 or 215-453, we would be underreporting the number of wineries that have been approved in the state. If we look at the number of wineries that are approved under the standards for wineries in Chapter 215 as commercial activities in conjunction with farm use and wineries approved of home occupations, it would actually be the second most commonly approved use in farm zones. Right. So when we talk about tourism and hospitality and uses in a minute, we'll be looking at data that has been rolled up, has been aggregated like that. So we can get a better sense of like what's actually happening rather than just looking at the use categories from Chapter 215.
Commissioner Boyer.
So you said there's a public records request or a public request on what kind of data?
So that was Appendix 6. We had a request for a list of all of the farm uses, which is actually in our rule. There's a chart in 660-33-120 that contains a list of all of the uses allowed in exclusive farm use zones, but the request was also for the year that they were added. And so Appendix 6 has that list, but with the year that use was added to exclusive farm use zones.
So the request will have the year, but this report does not.
Appendix 6 to the report does have the year that the use was added. Yeah.
I went through it pretty quick. So thank you.
The last, if you have the pack, you have the packet printed, it's the last thing in the packet that makes it easy to find. What is, just because I looked at this chart, what is the column high value farmland? Tell us about that column in the chart.
So the commission has in the past chosen to restrict certain uses on high value farmland. So some uses are not permitted on high value farmland, and some uses are subject to different standards when they're located on high value farmland. And so that chart differentiates, it describes when that's the case.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So there are a wide variety of commercial businesses that get approved in farm zones under the more catch-all categories of commercial activity in conjunction with farm use and home occupation. So the report contains two tables in Appendix 2 that list all of the use categories, the types of uses that are approved as home occupations or as commercial activities in conjunction with farm use. These two use pathways provide a lot of flexibility for commercial business development in resource zones. So you may recall a couple of slides ago that we rarely see zone change requests from farm and forest to commercial. So for home occupations, which is the chart on top, the most commonly approved use are for lodging facilities. This is going to be short-term rentals and bed and breakfasts, and that's shown in red at 22% of all home occupation approvals. For commercial activities in conjunction with farm use, it is alcohol-related processing facilities. So the light blue down there at 25%, those are approvals for wineries, cideries, breweries, meaderies, and distilleries as commercial activities in conjunction with farm use. I do want to point out that events facilities have been approved both as commercial activities in conjunction with farm use and home occupations. They're shown in bright green. Events facilities are also permitted in other ways through the agritourism and other commercial events pathway in Chapter 215 as something called an outdoor mass gathering, which is a use for very, very large events that we haven't talked a lot about. And events are also permitted as farm stands as long as they're under that 25% threshold in terms of the revenue that they contribute to the farm stand. So that brings us to another topic that is discussed at length in the report, which is tourism and hospitality in farm zones. So past Farm and Forest reports have contained a section on agritourism. And this year we spent a lot more time on that in the report. So there's no definition for agritourism, and people mean a lot of different things when they use that phrase. For this report, we chose to look at uses that were similar to the types of uses that the U.S. Department of Agriculture uses for reporting on agritourism and recreational services in the Census of Agriculture. So we chose to look at wineries and alcohol sales and tasting, campgrounds, events, farm stands, hunting, fishing, shooting facilities, and preserves and lodging and private parks. Many of these activities actually do not need to be associated with a farm operation. They don't have a nexus with a farm use. So like campgrounds, home occupations, hunting preserves, private parks, there doesn't need to be a farm use to which those are accessory. And as we've been discussing, all of these uses get permitted in different ways. So the data presented here aggregates approvals from these different categories. So for example, when we're looking at alcohol sales and tasting here in this particular section of the report, that includes everything permitted as a winery, cidery, brewery under the standards in Chapter 215. Winery, cideries, breweries, meaderies, distilleries approved as commercial activities in conjunction with farm use or as home occupations. All right. So I did want to also point out that there are two full-page tables that are included in the report. There is an unreadable copy of one of those tables in the top right-hand corner here, just to give you a sense of what to look for if you're scrolling through the report. So these tables list different types of tourism and hospitality activities that can be permitted in farm zones. And it provides information on that type of activity and then the pathway for that. And our hope is that these tables will be good resources for people who are interested in better understanding the variety of tourism and hospitality activities that they can consider in a farm zone. So if you look at the chart on the top left, you will note that these kinds of tourism and hospitality uses have been increasingly popular over the past 15 years. You'll see a dip in the permits issued during the pandemic and a very strong return in 2023. And that's consistent with the data that's being reported by the Census of Agriculture. So Census of Agriculture saw a 50% increase in reported agritourism revenue between 2012 and 2017, and an additional 19% increase between 2017 and 2022, which notes a little bit of that dip.
Commissioner Boyer has.
So agritourism, I don't like the term. I wish we could come up with a different term. Who or where can we solidify a definition? Like, who can take that on? It's so confusing to me. I mean, to define it would be helpful. And is that something the department does? Is that something ODA does? Is that something, I mean, where would that fall?
So thank you, Commissioner Boyer, Chair Holova. So it depends on what you want to use that definition for. So we work within a very specific context, which is regulatory, right? And so most of the definitions that we put into our rules are applied to in very specific contexts. They're applied in land use proceedings, right? But oftentimes we're having these broader conversations with the public, and so it really depends on like what purpose you want to use that. So in statute, we have a very specific, very narrow use in 215-283 sub 4. That's agritourism and other commercial events. And so that's sort of defined by the standards that were associated with that particular use. Otherwise, there is no definition and statute or rule for this, but what we're sort of hoping to achieve by the work that we're doing in this particular section of the report is provide an idea generally of what is permissible in the realm of hospitality and tourism related uses, whether it's something in conjunction with a farm or not.
That's page 62 of the report. Is that the chart? Allowable use, it says at the top.
Thank you, Chair Holova. And yes, I would note that there's two of them. One of them are sub 1 uses, so things that do not require a farm impacts test. And then there's a separate full page chart for uses that are subject to the farm impacts test. And that is on page 64.
So 62 and 64.
Yeah.
Chair.
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. Well, I'm all the way up to page 66. Look at Yamhill County. Holy smokes. And what occurs to me is there are two ways to go at public policy, and this is grassroots, what's happening in reality. This is ground truthing elevated to public consciousness. And again, the people long to get out of urban areas to recreate, to recreate themselves as whole human beings. So I don't want to stifle it. And it is confusing because I've had constituents who have felt wrapped around the axle of planning, unable to proceed because the planning people didn't know how to engage with it. So it can work both ways. Struggling farmers, I know because I worked with them to get my produce, delivered to my home or at a market or someplace else. They're trying to expand because it's, there's a natural evolution to things. So if we're giving shirts out, I think you ought to get a Super Wonk shirt for this report. Tillamook County, right? Cheese, trees, ocean breeze, cow manure up to your knees. So it's rooted in reality, all of this report. I'm so grateful for it because it helps stimulate our thoughts, your partners, all of it. And it helps us identify the missing places, the blind spots that we have either in our awareness or created into flexible, adaptive public policy that protects health and safety of the people and the planet. It's really a wonderful report. Thank you.
I'm going to get to Commissioner. I just had a question on these two charts. In the last report, did these charts exist or is this new information?
Thank you, Chair Holova. They were not included in the last report. So this is a new addition this
It's like
year.
a good body of knowledge. That's really awesome. Commissioner Bennett?
I guess once again, earlier this week, I was in a meeting with Senator-elect McLean, and he was explaining the significant problem in Oregon that we're facing with food insecurity. And in looking at this pie chart, I find it somewhat ironic that we're moving to alcohol, wine tasting, and events, and not trying to figure out how we're going to fill this food insecurity gap. And Hillary, I was just hoping that perhaps the Department of Agriculture would perhaps put an attachment to say how the loss of farm ground and specifically farming, I'll be really gracious. Some of these, in my mind, are not putting food on folks' tables. So how that is going to impact the food insecurity issues. And I know that we're not the right forum for that, but it's coming to our attention. And so therefore, the protection of the farm ground is so critical.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett, Chair Halova. I would note that one of the policy objectives that's articulated in the legislative policy on the protection of agricultural lands in 215-243 is provision of food for all Oregonians. It does reference local food security as one of the sort of objectives of the farmland conservation program that's intended to maintain the agricultural economy in this report. So that is, I believe that there is a copy of that legislative policy quoted in the report, but it is ORS 215-243.
So I would put it,
Yeah.
I would recommend you put it right in the executive summary because as we all know, with my recent experience as the wildfire leader, that if we get them to read the first page, we were accomplishing a lot. So, and for them to pick this up. So, hey, look, folks.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett. There is a copy of the agricultural land use policy is on page 15 of the report, and it is 215-243 sub 2, where it states that the preservation of essentially agricultural land as large blocks is necessary in maintaining the agricultural economy of the state for the assurance of adequate, healthful, and nutritious food for the people of the state and nation.
Could that be added to the intro?
I can reference that in the introduction.
It's like, we're very much in land, but connection to people, I think, is important. Yeah. For what purpose, kind of what's the purpose at the end of the day? I mean, I've always associated food security with national security, but that doesn't seem to be something that most people think about. I think about a lot. Especially with climate issues and refugees and, thinking about where the future food baskets will be. And so I really think of it as a national security issue.
And I'd like to call it food freedom instead of food insecurity, because I think it adds a more positive twist to it instead of like being incarcerated.
Yep. Food freedom.
All right. So one of the things that I would point out about the data here is that while we are seeing increases in certain types of tourism and hospitality uses, we are seeing declines in the approvals of hunting and fishing preserves and campgrounds. So we're actually seeing a decline in the number of permits issued for the more traditional rural recreational activities. And lastly, I just want to point out in the bottom pie chart here breaks down the volume of approvals by category, which was noted by the commission, that winery and alcohol sales are about a third of all tourism and hospitality approvals in farmland on the state.
We were talking about the intro again. Sorry to go back. If we're going to relate to that, I saw there's a section on carbon sequestration, and I don't know if there's anything in the intro. It would be kind of nice to just touch on the food issue and the carbon sequestration.
Thank you, Chair. I'll make a note of that.
Chair, can
Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. Well, my son's an environmental economist who wrote his PhD thesis on cap and trade systems. And so I got really excited when I got elected. I said, Matt, carbon sequestration for the state of Oregon. He said, Mom, no market, no money. Oh, and then I talked to forestry people and they said, the problem, Commissioner, is that the revenue replacement isn't a match. And adding in the cost of the silvicultural practices to manage the fuel load throws it further out, and the lack of other jobs with adequate and stable income. So I love that we're talking about carbon sequestration, and yet it isn't, and it's a mixed blessing, I would say, and there are caveats and considerations associated with it. I'd hate to miss any part of that.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson, Chair Halova. So we had been participating with the Oregon Global Warming Commission. I know they have a new name. I'm blanking on it right now, but their Natural and Working Lands Committee to look at policies around the role that natural and working lands play in sequestering carbon to help reach our state's carbon goals. And the report talks about some of the findings of some of the work that they did around that. And I would briefly summarize it as if we don't protect forests and rangeland from development, they're not going to be available to sequester carbon. So our role as the Land Conservation and Development Agency really is focused on conservation of those lands for the variety of benefits that they provide, whether it's supporting our resource economies, being available for carbon-friendly practices and sequestration, and that possibility, habitat benefits, et cetera. There are a lot of reasons.
This is sort of what I was like, I was skimming this.
Yeah.
Looking, I didn't know if that was explicitly stated, since if somebody's only going to read the first, 2 pages, they would be good to highlight the high level mission. Commissioner Reporter.
Thank you, Chair. Interesting topic. I have gotten to work on cap and trade programs for many years. I've worked with the state of Oregon DEQ on the climate protection plan, et cetera, as well as some nationwide programs and those programs in Canada. And one, I guess, disconnect that I've seen in that regard is that for the industrial sector, we were hard pressed to get the agency DEQ to consider carbon sequestration. And so it has been, I think, excluded from most, if not all, Oregon rules. Is there anything that we can do as a department to try to tie that together and encourage DEQ to consider carbon sequestration efforts to be a form of an offset for carbon emissions? I mean, it's wonderful that we're trying to preserve it, but it'd be nice to create the market if we want to if we want to try to connect those two pieces, because right now they seem to be not aligning.
Thank you, Porter. So again, there are a number of other agencies that are involved in these conversations, whether they're conversations around creating markets, and the role that DEQ has in that, whether it's on providing education or encouragement to implement climate or friendly practices, sequestration friendly practices, which would fall to the Department of Agriculture in collaboration with OSU. So it is a multi-agency effort to sort of tackle these topics. And the role that we have been playing in these conversations really is on that conservation piece. Because again, we don't have the authority to regulate or manage practices. And so our focus really is on conservation of that landscape and development of that landscape. Yeah.
Yes, Commissioner Reporter.
Just a real quick follow-up on that. So right now there's not a lot of it doesn't sound like, correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't sound like there's a lot of interagency interaction to try to pull all of those aspects together. I understand, DLCD's charge, but is it,
I was going to say on the general interagency, when Director Rue was here prior, he spent a lot of time working on getting different departments that had, we touch all the things. So he was working on very much forming that discussions and starting that. And when Director Bateman came on board, I encouraged her to continue the work that was really his Director Rue's last push in the department. And so we met with the other natural resource departments and their chair and their sorry, I was like, it's kind of like, yeah. I was like trying to concentrate. Met with the other department chairs and their directors 2 days ago, for the first time, for me at least, to talk about shared issues, challenges, things that potentially we can do together. So I think there is some hopefully momentum within the governor's office, and also obviously our department has a longer vested interest in this to get more departments together to talk about these. That's not specific to carbon sequestration. That's just in general. I think out of, maybe I can't speak for any other departments, but for us, it's like, how can we not talk to transportation? How can we not talk to housing? How can we not? We don't really have a choice if we're going to do our work well. So I think that's really good. But I think what I saw the language in here, but what I like is if we start bringing these kind of shared issues to the forefront, like in the intro, because we've talked about carbon sequestration when it came to like wetlands and a lot of the coastal stuff. I remember that's the only time that I've heard about it a bunch. And so while the economies are really important and really like my interest in like people and, economy, I think putting in the climate change and putting in the, I wrote going from food insecurity to food freedom. Is this something you can put in there? Yeah. Yes. Deputy Director Green.
Hi, Chair. Thank you. Hi, Chair Lova and members of the commission. Just wanted to point out that Oregon Coastal Management Program Manager Lisa Phipps and a few other DLCD staff participate with the Oregon Climate Action Coalition and their Natural and Working Lands Committee. That, thank you, Chair Hilliver, for mentioning wetlands and estuaries, as well as the current topic being forests. Alexis and I have been teams chatting too, but you're right that it's a multi-agency effort. And certainly, with that Oregon Climate Action Coalition being housed at the Oregon Department of Energy, that's germane. And we look forward to participating, but I don't know if anyone else has anything to add on that, but thank you.
Forward. Right, thank you. So speaking of Oregon Department of Energy, the next section is on power generating facilities. And so this is a section of a report that really focuses on solar, that is prepared with support from the Oregon Department of Energy staff. So permits in exclusive farm use zones for power generating facilities have increased significantly over the past 15 years. And the bulk of that has been solar development in exclusive farm use zones since roughly 2008. And the last report was the first time that we included a section on this topic in the Farm and Forest report. So again, this is prepared in collaboration with the Department of Energy. So we see in the
I can't hear anyone. Are you speaking to me?
Commissioner Bennett, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Yeah, I am Kirsten and they said there's some kind of glitch that they're working on.
That's totally okay. Well, it's got to be okay. So thank you.
Yeah.
In the interest of time, just go ahead. I can follow the overheads and I'm reading along in the written, so I don't want to hold everybody up.
Raise hand function.
I see.
Does it show? Oh, it does show who's talking. Yeah.
Can hear I can hear you guys speaking
Oh,
now.
you can hear? Okay.
Now?
Thank you.
If we
Okay, we're
lose it
back.
again, I'll just follow along. I don't want to slow the whole process down.
No,
I'll
if you
just,
if you can't hear, that means that everybody else online can't
oh,
hear.
okay. I
So
thought
we
it was
stopped.
just my distance or the freezing cold or something.
No, we had a screen shut down or some program shut down, so we tried to reboot it, I think. Okay. Okay.
Hey.
We have till 12:30. We have one public testimony. So I don't know, Hillary, where you are on your.
Thank you, Chair. I think we have 3 more slides to go through. So I would imagine that's through a conditional use process subject to our rules. And acres of solar permitted in that way are shown in blue in the pie chart in the top right. Solar projects also get approved by counties through DLCD's exception process, taking an exception to goal 3 when they don't meet the standards articulated in our rules. And those are shown in orange. And then solar projects get approved by the Energy Facility Site Council through a different set of goal 3 exception standards that are specific to FSEC. And that process is supported by Department of Energy staff. And those approvals, the acres of solar permitted in that way, are shown in gray. So roughly 19,000 acres have been permitted by the Energy Facility Site Council, which is the bulk of solar footprint approved in the state. And then again, about 8,000 acres have been approved by counties under our rules in blue. And then about 5,000 acres have been approved by counties taking an exception to our rules, and that's shown in orange. So when we're talking about agricultural land conservation, what we're concerned about is acreage. And so what we are talking about is the footprint of those solar projects that essentially represents a conversion of that farmland to a solar development. So switching to the pie chart on the bottom, every solar project that is approved in an exclusive farm use zone, whether that's by a county or by the Energy Facility Site Council, has to provide a farmland classification analysis of the property on which it's sited. And there are 3 possible classifications. It could be high value farmland, it could be arable or cultivatable farmlands, or it could be non-arable lands, which is typically rangeland. So our solar rules are designed to encourage siting on non-arable lands by allowing larger projects to be sited on non-arable lands. So if you look just at that 8,600 acres of solar development that has been approved pursuant to our rules, the bulk of that has actually been sited on non-arable lands. So our rules are working as they were designed to encourage solar facilities on non-arable lands. And the solar rulemaking that is currently underway is meant to continue to encourage the siting of projects on those lower quality resource lands. However, as we just noted, more solar capacity has actually been approved pursuant to a goal exception, either an exception approved by county or an exception approved by the Energy Facility Site Council. And most of that has actually occurred on arable or cultivatable farmland. So we see on the pie chart in the lower right, about 14,000 acres, a little over 14,000 acres of solar has been approved on arable lands. That's in green. A little under 14,000 acres have been approved on non-arable lands or rangeland, and that is in gray. And about 4,800 acres of solar development have been approved on high value farmlands. Those are the highest tier of farmland, and that's shown in yellow in that pie chart. So looking forward to the future, as of a few weeks ago, the Energy Facility Site Council had 8 projects currently under review. And if all 8 of those projects were approved, they would occupy an additional 40,800 acres of farmland. So that would be altogether over 70,000 acres of solar development on farmland, or about 115 square miles, depending on how those processes turn out. All right. So it's time to move on to forest zones. And the volume of use approvals in forest zones and mixed farm forest zones really is less than a third of the uses approved in farm zones. And many of them are very similar. It's the same sorts of things: home occupations, mining, communication facilities, campgrounds are the typical uses that we see approved in forest zones. So I'm actually going to focus on dwelling approvals in forest zones. And I want to circle back to the work that the Department of Forestry has done on documenting land cover change in their farm forest report that is in Appendix 5. So one of the findings the Department of Forestry documented in that report is that the amount of undeveloped and less developed wildland forest declined by 693,000 acres since 1974.
Sorry to interrupt, Hillary. I have to break out for a couple minutes, so I'm going to pass on the chairship to Vice Chair Lazo, because I have an important thing I have to attend to. So hopefully you have everything you need.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So the Department of Forestry has found that that there's been a loss of that undeveloped or less development wildland forest, just under 700,000 acres of that since 1974, which is about the length that the land use program has been in place. And in that report, the Department of Forestry concludes that the area of wildland forest that has been impacted by dispersed residential development has been more significant. That has had a greater impact on that loss of wildland forest than wildland forest that has been converted to other types of non-forest uses. So it's important to focus on that dispersed residential development that happens in forest areas. So the Department of Forestry also found that between the different types of rural land cover, rangeland, ag land, wildland forest experienced the greatest increase in the number of structures since 1974. And this is important because those patterns of dispersed residential development can really impair forest functionality, both from a resource management perspective because of those residential conflicts with timber operations or the sort of like degraded ability to conduct forest operations in those areas of dispersed residential development. But also because when you have dispersed dwellings in a forest environment, that increases not only the risk of wildfire from an ignition due to residential activities, but also the cost of wildfire suppression as you're trying to reach these houses that are isolated. And then, of course, it impairs other ecosystem services that are provided by an intact forest landscape. So there's a degradation of habitat and water quality, and that's discussed at length in that report that's provided by Department of Forestry. So the graphic in the upper right-hand corner and the graph at the bottom here both show where in the state we are seeing dwelling approvals in forest zones. So most of the dwellings approved in forest zones are template test dwellings, which are shown in the dark gray in the bar chart there. And I would note that there were significant changes in the standards for template test dwellings implemented by 2019 House Bill 2225. However, because there was a Measure 56 notice with that bill, the implementation of that bill was rolled out across the state over a number of years. And so it was not fully implemented in the state until 2023. So it will be really interesting in the next Farm and Forest report to see if there's any downward trend in template test approvals related to that change, that tightening of some loopholes in the template test provisions. All right, and then the last topic we wanted to touch on today is something that the commission has received some comments on related to our working group and our rulemaking. And this is the idea of non-resource land. It's also called rural resource land sometimes. But I find it a little bit confusing. I prefer the term non-resource land because I talk about resource land being farm and forest land. So the basic idea here is that when counties looked at rural lands, counties were meant to inventory lands that met our definition of farmland or forest land based on our definition rule, either the soils-based definitions or, under those components of those definitions that provided them more flexibility. And then they were to protect them under resource zoning. All right. Or they took an exception. So if there is land that didn't meet our definitions of agricultural land or forest land, then that's considered non-resource land or rural non-resource land. And that could be zoned however a county wanted, as long as it also complied with our other rural goals, particularly goals 14, 11, and 5, right? There is a section in statute that was added in 2009 following a process called the Big Look that describes a process for a county to review how they have designated their farm and forest lands and to correct any mapping errors, any mistakes that might have been made when they applied that zoning. And that would allow them to designate land that had been inappropriately inventoried as resource land instead as non-resource land. So that process, that Big Look process requires the county to not only look at those definitions of agricultural land or forest land, but it also requires them to look at a number of different things across the rural landscape. So again, items related to goals 11, 14, and 5. So looking at things like general development patterns in an area, provision of services, which is very different when you're talking about a rural landscape than an urban landscape, rural character, open space, habitat, wildfire risk, etc. So there's a number of things that a county would look at in a cohesive way. Essentially, this process was meant to be done at a landscape level through really an initiative, right? Instead, what we have seen since 2009 is that non-resource designations are being applied piecemeal to specific properties at the request of individual landowners. So instead of as a planning exercise, it's being done on a parcel by parcel basis. So Appendix 4 to our report contains a copy of the Rural Resource Lands Research Report. And this is a document that was done by an intern that the department had in 2019. And that report contains a set of prioritized recommendations for the department to consider. The department has not taken actions on those recommendations, primarily, again, due to a lack of resources internally. And I am bringing this up again because the department has received a lot of comments on this topic throughout the past year and a half. And
I could just add to that. If you may, those of you who have been on the commission for a couple of years may remember an appeal of a local government decision to Deschutes County that the department made along with others about the 710 project, it was called, and that involved a redesignation by Deschutes County of agricultural land as non-resource land and the reasons for that. And that was, so it's a matter of quite a bit of controversy that you've dealt with in the past.
And we may be hearing more about it in the future. So that is all I have for today. Again, if there are anything in the report that I have not touched on this morning that I can answer questions on, I'm happy to.
Thank you, Hillary. Thank you, Gordon. So let's, are there any other clarifying questions about the report? We'll go do clarifying questions. We'll do public comment, and then we'll come back for discussion and motion. So is there a clarifying question about the information that was provided? None? Water?
Water. I think water is too big an issue to deal with today. I'd like another presentation on water because again, all over the state, critical issue. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, and then we have one person who has signed up for public comment virtually. It's Blair Batson from 1,000 Friends. Hi, Blair.
Hi.
Please go ahead.
So I'm not sure if I'm supposed to call you chair now or vice chair, but I want to say the respectful thing. So respectfully, thank you for allowing me to comment. And first, I just wanted to say also thank you to your staff who called me beforehand. I was driving down with some other folks who wanted to testify, and fortunately, I didn't get on the road yet. So that was very thoughtful. I'm Blair Batson, staff attorney for 1,000 Friends of Oregon, and I appreciate the opportunity to comment on this report. First, I'd like to say, which I think you realize, the content and quality of this report has expanded dramatically over the decades, and particularly under the direction of Hillary Foote. It's sort of spectacularly better than it ever was, and it's chock full of information. As many of you commented, very difficult to grasp everything in it. It's a lot, but it's fabulous. And it's particularly fabulous because it's a baseline for the discussions in which the commission's engaged and also the legislature in terms of, are there needed improvements to existing farm and forest land protections? If so, what are they? Where are we having problem areas? And without a really strong database, it's very difficult to make those kinds of decisions. So bravo, this is really great. And one of the really great advances is you saw a map from Deschutes County that really has a comprehensive mapping of houses, land divisions, and rezonings over the years, like from day one. And I know that your director is very interested in getting funding to do so that the agency has the capacity to do this kind of mapping. We really encourage you doing that because it brings so much to the discussion. You see these numbers, you can kind of do it, but to actually see, like what's the density in the farm zones in Yamhill County, as opposed to a bunch of numbers, is really illuminating and helps inform the discussion. The findings that are in this report are very similar, even though they're more detailed than what were in the report 2 years ago that led to your development of the technical working group in 2023. We would like to remind you about that group's recommendations, which are very comprehensive, and they're also ranked in terms of what the group felt was most important, reminding you the group had farmers, state agencies, county planners on it. So I would like to highlight again, these are issues we've been pushing with you guys. You'll be familiar, but they're reinforced the importance of these issues for the commission to address in terms of addressing major threats to our agricultural and forest land base. The first, replacement dwellings. I think Commissioner Bennett asked good questions about how do you distinguish the ones that you want from the ones you don't want, what's fair, what's really the policy you want. Again, I think the technical working group had several different recommendations of how to approach this issue that are really good starting point. The planners tended to like the clear and objective standard that has actually square footage limitation. Other people don't like that. So I think, but there's good information there. It was thoroughly vetted to discuss. The next is the spot rezonings, what Hillary was just talking about in terms of case by case rezoning of ag and forest land to non-resource use needs to be addressed. It's not that you can't have the rezoning, but let's do it in a countywide basis that the legislature has created and that DLCD and other state agencies can be involved to think on a comprehensive planning basis. Do we want this rezoning? And if so, where? And finally, the issue of non-farm dwellings. Commissioner Bennett again addressed them somewhat yesterday in his testimony. There's just too many, and we need to get a handle on it. And we really would encourage you guys to think deeply about it, address it, put it high on your agenda to address. Finally, reiterate LCD.
Well, I'm going to ask you to wrap up. I know you said finally twice now, but I'm going to ask you to wrap up because your time's been up for a couple
Did I
seconds.
say finally? Okay, well, good. I thought maybe I had more time since you guys have like 3 more hours than you did before. So, Elsa, I would just encourage you to present this report to the legislature. In earlier days, that always was presented, not just mailed off, but to have Hillary go over there, get a hearing, have presented to the Senate and House committees for addressing these issues. It will really, I think, elevate the quality of the policy discussion there. It's just a fabulous report, and give them a chance to ask Hillary and your other staff members questions. So thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Blair.
You're welcome.
There's also somebody online who, could we ask you to rename yourself on the Zoom call and then so that we can identify you? And are there other folks who are signed up or who would like to testify on this?
We do not have anyone else signed up at this point to testify. We do have an interested observer that has had their hand raised a few times. If they could rename themselves.
That interested observer rename themselves on Zoom so we can.
I allow them to talk and tell us their name. Okay.
I think not until we can identify them and understand what the.
Interested observer, can you please state your name?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Robert Liberty.
Oh,
Okay. This is,
Robert, are you interested in testifying on this topic then?
this was a person that was listed as another possible public commenter that I did not have any information for. Please continue.
So, yeah, so Robert, you'll have 3 minutes to provide your testimony today. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry I wasn't able to do it in person. That's why I didn't sign up. I had planned to be driving to Salem and speaking in person. Once again, your staff has produced an impressively comprehensive and thoughtful report on the implementation of 2 of the central goals of the Oregon Planning Program, preserving farm, range, and forest lands. The report is a quantification of the constant and steady erosion and degradation of the lands of Oregon that provide food, fiber, wildlife habitat, and rural jobs. As the report makes glaringly clear, that erosion and degradation is primarily caused by low-density residential development and other types of development inside EFU and forest zones, and by spot rezoning, not by UGB expansion, although those are problematic too. Enough new homes have been built in EFU and forest zones since 1983, almost 40,000, to house everyone in Bend or Medford or Springfield or Corvallis. Growing areas of productive farm range and forest land in Oregon are reaching the tipping point of conversion to low-density, high-income residential areas. Alarm bells should be going off down the street in the capital and across Oregon. The changes in the world around us are increasing the importance of Oregon's resource lands. The protection of these lands is a social, economic, and environmental necessity, and more than that, it's a moral obligation, every bit as urgent as the provision of affordable housing. Here are 3 simple steps the Commission can take today as an amendment to the motion to accept the report. First, ask your director to request permission to present the report to the appropriate Oregon House and Senate committees. 2, ask your director to request the opportunity to present the report to the boards of forestry and agriculture. 3, ask your staff to present the highlights of this report in a 5-minute recorded PowerPoint presentation that can be posted on your website and emailed to policymakers and citizens. This report should also stimulate you to reconsider the pace of action on the adoption of the long list of farm and forest protection improvements your staff has compiled. It's also important that as part of your statutory duties, you advise the legislature on the reforms they must undertake to restore needed protection of farm, forest, and rangelands. That would be a good subject for your January meeting. The supporters of Oregon's land use laws, including me, will do our best to make sure legislators and local officials receive this report, support your work, and take their own actions needed now to keep Oregon a place we're proud to call home. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Robert. Appreciate your testimony. Stephanie, are there any other interested observers or otherwise unnamed folks that? That was our last one. Great, thank you. All right, so let's move into commission discussion. I'll first turn to Commissioner Boyer, who has been our liaison in this work, and ask if you have anything that you'd like to add.
So I think it's interesting that we've had 2 public comments ask about this being presented to the legislature. So I'd be curious what that looks like and if it's possible. I feel like there's a lot of pending bills in 2025 that the legislators would benefit from hearing this.
Thank you, commissioners. We can certainly build all three of those concepts into our outreach plan. And there's always opportunity in the legislature, oftentimes before they get going or in that midterm break where they're changing, where bills are changing chambers. Folks say, do you have anything interesting that we might be wanting to hear about? So there's always that kind of opportunity. We can work through our legislative team to make sure committee chairs know this report's available and see if there's an interest there. I suspect there might be.
I mean, it's a big report, so I feel like if this presentation first, then, you know, they could dig deeper into it. But that's just my first thought, so thank you. And then, you know, I see the same concerns in this report that I did 2 years ago. And as it was noted, it was the reason that scoping group got put together. And so you know, I still see there's pressing issues from that list. And I would like to see that long list of items we keep ticking away at that long list that the scoping group put together. So
Thank you, Commissioner Moore. I'm curious, Commissioners Porter, Thompson, and I know Commissioner Bennett hasn't seen that work of the technical working group, but I don't know the timing. Were you both here as part of that? Okay, so all three of them, I think that's really good background to the work we did yesterday and the work that is in front of us. So I don't know if you had a chance to do kind of an intro 101 with Hillary, but that's a good piece that would be good for new commissioners to see that grounding work in that kind of rulemaking. Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Is there a YouTube video available of a previous presentation that you know? Okay.
There's a presentation on kind of the basics of farm and forest land that Hillary put together.
Thank you, Commissioner and Vice Chair Lazo. So just January 2024 LCDC meeting, there was a presentation on the technical working group's scoping report that is still posted to our website. That might be of interest. And actually this summer, Jim Johnson, formerly with Department of Agriculture, and I did a 101 presentation on the exclusive farm use land, on Goal 3 and the planning program, as well as Oregon's agricultural economy. That was for both the Board of Ag and LCDC, and that is recorded and available as well.
There's a document from the technical working group that I think, again, is really fantastic background on scoping the work ahead of us. And as we've noted, it's a product of the farm and forest reports having come to us and having seen what we see here. So other comments or questions before we move into action? Yeah.
Sure. It makes sense to me that we do have that briefing, but rather than just tell us in the meeting and have us go to the thing, if it were prepared in a way so that it were accessible not only to the three newer commissioners, but also to any interested party, I think that's a preferable way to go, because then the information is more widely available and we'll have more of the education impact that you're interested in.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. So we do have a web page that is devoted to the Farm and Forest Modernization Project, and a copy of the scoping report is posted at that web page. It might be interesting to also put a link to the January LCDC presentation on that web page.
Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I was thinking along the line that when I first got on the commission, Director Bateman set up kind of a little briefing for us new folks, and perhaps I'm not trying to add another meeting to it, but if we had maybe Hillary could do a 101 briefing. I know from my own experience, I've had a lot of experience in this field or in the area, but I know that perhaps how it was organized, that was really helpful when Director Bateman, Deputy Director, and others took some time just to welcome us on board and give us some insight. And it was really a valuable time. So I would advocate for that.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Bennett. I agree. I found that helpful onboarding also. not being that familiar with all the programs that were here. So thank you. Other,
I was ready for a motion. And if everybody's done. Are you, Vice Chair?
am I
Do
done?
you have anything, do you have
Well,
anything you
one
want
thing
to
I
add?
will say is the same thing I said kind of yesterday afternoon in preparation for this is, and again, the report, it sometimes feels a little benign, but it is the basis for the work that we did yesterday morning. So it feels almost out of order to have done the report today and done the action yesterday. But this really precedes that work that we did yesterday, the work that's in front of us. And I think as commenters have said on today, it's kind of a slow erosion over time that we're seeing in these reports. And I think that we are raising the alarm now, and the hope is that it's not too late. Yes, so let's entertain a motion for,
All right, I move the commission approve the 2022-2023 Oregon Farm and Forest Land Use Report to the Oregon State Legislature prior to the start of the 2025 legislative session as required by ORS 197065 with no following changes. So thank you.
Second.
motion was made by Commissioner Boyer and seconded by Commissioner Thompson. Any discussion about the motion?
Mr. Chair or Mr. Vice Chair.
Yeah.
Could we amend it to state that the commission recommends that it be delivered in person? Then so it has that the commission has a concern enough that we're putting a little more, and I'm saying recommends, that way it does give the department, if they really don't have the opportunity there, but at least when the legislature looks at it, they'll see that we have a strong concern about it.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett. Director Bateman?
Thank you, Commissioner and Vice Chair. We are statutorily required to submit it to a long list of folks by email, and then we must be invited to present it in person, but we could certainly offer. You might think about how to soften that a little bit. You would love to see it delivered in person, something like that.
And then we did have a few little tweaks. So as amended, is that the word? The vote? Okay.
With the following changes, yeah.
Yes, as amended. So thank you.
I think there were a couple suggestions, particularly to the
Moving things around.
to the
Intro. Mhm.
So with those changes.
With those changes, yes.
Seconder concurs.
I think we're ready for the.
Commissioner Bennett,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
and Vice Chair Lazo.
Aye. So the motion passes, and thank you, Hillary and Gordon, for your presentation.
So your t-shirt has rhinestones.
All right, with that, we will now break for lunch until 1:30. So we will return at 1:30 for
Public comment.
public comment. So folks who are out there, public comment, will be taking public comment early today. So with that, we are adjourned for lunch.
Hello and welcome back. Oh, there we go. Hello and welcome back to the December meeting of the Land Conservation and Development Commission. We just came back from lunch and we are going to move on to agenda item 11. But before we do that, because we moved agenda item number 10 up, which was the Farm and Forest Biennial Report to Legislature, there's one person that wanted to testify, so we're going to allow them that opportunity. I don't think I have their name. It's Mickey Killingsworth, and they're on virtually. Yeah. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I didn't want to testify on that. I wanted to testify on your very last agenda item.
That was, yeah. Did I say, yeah, it's Farm and Forest Biennial Report.
No, I want to testify on item 11, just general public comment.
Okay. Okay.
But I can do it now.
Yeah. So we're going to begin. We thought it was for the early one. Okay. So we're going to begin agenda item number 11, which is the public comment. And so welcome, Mickey.
I'm Mickey Killingsworth, Jefferson County Farm Bureau of Madras, Oregon, for the record. I've listened for 2 days. I had originally planned on driving over, but due to freezing fog, and today we're in a heat wave, we're up to 25 degrees, not like Commissioner Bennett, and still in freezing fog. And with livestock, it changes the whole dynamics of leaving your farm. What I wanted to talk about today is I appreciate the thought that you guys put in as commissioners. I've watched you for 2 days. I've watched you in person, and I've watched by Zoom on other meetings. And I agree with your comments that it might be better to have the presentations before you have to do any major votes on a subject if there is a presentation that is relevant. Also, I wanted to thank Commissioner Thompson for coming to Jefferson County, and we took her on a tour, and probably what happened in Madras, Jefferson County should stay in Madras. It was a very interesting tour. She enjoyed herself, and I have great pictures. From crashing a wedding to stealing pumpkins out of a field. But we did not get to take her to have salted caramel ice cream. So my intention was to bring you all over some famous Eberhard salted caramel ice cream because I knew it wouldn't thaw getting there, but that didn't happen. Maybe in January I can fulfill that promise. But I do appreciate you, and I think you need to understand a lot of us out here do appreciate what you're doing. And I think it was Commissioner Thompson that said 1,400 pages, or somebody said something like that. I'm like, whoa. So that was all I wanted to say. And I wish you all have safe travels home and enjoy the holidays.
Hey, thank you. It's a nice way to end a meeting. Thank you. Thank you very much. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. And thank you to Mickey Killingsworth and Gary Harris and everybody in Jefferson County. I just want to be clear for the record. I wasn't the one stealing the pumpkin, but it was an act of generosity on their part to have the tour for all of us. I know Commissioner Bennett went along. I just found it very illuminating to be with the people whose hands are dirty, whose feet are on the ground. Thanks again to everybody.
Wonderful. I think it's our last agenda item. Yep, there's no other public comment. So we are concluding. Commissioner Boyer?
You can always come to my farm. So I really just wanted to close today's meeting. I know you're closing it, but what a robust agenda. And I'm really proud of all of you for sticking in and being active listeners and asking great questions. So I'm really proud to be here with all of you. And I also could not close today without acknowledging Gordon. Gordon had 5 agenda items that he oversaw today, and the quality of work that was put before us had to go through him first. So I just wanted to acknowledge all your work, Gordon. Thank you.
Wonderful. I'm not going to say any more words. So many good words. With that, we conclude our December 2024 meeting and look forward to seeing you all in 2025.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett.
Sitting right there.
Guilty conscience.
Good job.